what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that sparkling banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Tonight belongs to the drivers, but every day and every night belongs to moms everywhere.
Dear Mom.
Dear Mom, happy Mother's Day, Mom.
All I ever wanted to do was be a race car driver. All that you did was allow me to live my dreams every day.
A mom to me is a lady who supports our family in every way, and you do that above and beyond.
You have been such a perfect example of how a parent should raise their children with such love and care.
Thank you for supporting me on and off the track, being a solid rock for me no matter the circumstance.
There aren't words to explain how influential you have been in my life.
Mom, you are a champion in life, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart for teaching Kyle and I how to be the very best that we could be every day.
I hope you have a great Mother's Day. I love you. Your son, Ricky.
I love you, Mom. Your number one son, Ty Dillon. Your favorite son, AD.
Happy Mother's Day, Mom. Love always, Kurt.
Hey, this is Dale Earnhardt Jr. I hope you're enjoying NASCAR on FS1. Coming up a little bit later is the premiere of my commercial of Mountain Dew USA. So stay tuned.
USA in the 88 car, Dale Earnhardt Jr. trying to get that first victory of the season. 6 of the 8 different winners this season, they were winless at this point last year. It's the 11th race of the year, live on FS1.
Race fans, it's time for those most famous words in motorsports. Here to give the command, please welcome our Grand Marshal, the voice of Tow Mater in Disney Pixar's Cars 3, being released June 16th, Larry the Cable Guy.
Drivers, start your engines and let's get it in!
Drivers ready in the Go Bowling 400. Our points leader is in a spare car. Kyle Larson, right, has to use a backup. Let's take you upstairs to the guys who will get it done tonight. It's Jeff, Darrell, and Mike. Gentlemen.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Kansas. Let me add a happy Mother's Day to Gay and her mom, Jeannie, and all the moms that'll celebrate tomorrow. This is our 3rd mile-and-a-half track of the season. Less banking here than in Atlanta or Texas. So, Jeff, as one of this track's winningest drivers ever, what makes this one different?
Well, it's a great track. It's got great flow, the way the straightaways connect to the corners, but you mentioned it, less banking. This year, NASCAR implemented less downforce in these cars, so those drivers really rely on leaning into that banking to catch the car. We've seen a lot of them jump over the edge this weekend already, as well as this is our first night race. It's going to be a lot different conditions from practice to what they're going to have tonight.
Well, Darrell, it seems you can find speed here on the bottom. You can run up top. This doesn't seem to be a very line-sensitive racetrack, does it?
No, that's what makes this track, some of the drivers, they love this track. It's one of their favorites. And, Mike, we're going to see them from the wall to the white line. And there'll be 3 abreast in the corners. That's what makes this an exciting race for the fans. It's what makes it fun for us to do. I can't wait to get this thing started. Keep an eye on the very tricky entrance to pit road here. The favorites coming into this race, Martin Truex and Joey Logano, both at 5-1. And what about our drivers from the Great Plains, the home state heroes here? Clint Boyer from Emporia, Kansas, just a mere 105 miles to the west. And Jamie McMurray, Joplin, Missouri native, 150 or so miles to the south. 21-1, the latest odds for Clint Boyer, and 33-1 for last week's runner-up at Talladega, Jamie McMurray. We're about to have some great racing on the Great Plains on FS1.
Welcome to my dark side. It's gonna be a long night. Welcome to my welcome to my dark side.
Let's get this party started.
Green flag. Boogity, boogity, boogity. Let's go racing, boys.
Here's unbelievable. 3 wide.
Hold them, hold them.
Nighttime is the right time as the sparks fly. Everybody's getting into the act for Mother's Day.
He's moving on.
Around into the wall. That's the kind of action we expect tonight. Welcome to FS1's coverage of the Go Bowling 400. Beautiful night in Kansas. Clear skies, a lot of sun. There's that joyful noise. Let's have a look at the Go Bowling starting grid. Ryan Blaney has his first career cup pole. First one for the Wood brothers since '04. It's an all-Ford front row with Joey Logano, a 2-time Kansas winner. We'll let you take a look through the starting lineup as we dial up our pole sitter.
Yeah, let's dial up Ryan Blaney. Hey, Ryan, this is Jeff up in the FS1 booth. You got me?
Yeah, I got you.
Well, man, congratulations. You and the Wood brothers sitting on that pole. It's a big deal. You've been on the front row this year. You've won stages. What do you got to do tonight to close it out and get the win?
Yeah, well, thanks. I was just thinking, putting the pole race together, you know, we've had really fast race cars all year, and that's a true benefit to the job that everybody does on this Wood Brothers team, and can't thank them enough for that. It makes it a lot of fun to drive, and it's just a matter of trying to stay on top of the track. You know, it's going to change a lot here from day to night, and hopefully we can stay on top of it, hit it right, and be there at the end.
All right, well, good luck. We'll look forward to watching.
Thank you.
A lot of big names in the back from 29th on. These are the drivers that failed pre-qualifying inspection, and they line up the car owner point standings from position 29 through 40. Let's get down to pit road for some late breaking stories. Vince Welch.
Well, Mike, a lot has been made of how long it's been since Kyle Busch last won a cup race. You got to go all the way back to last summer. It's been 26 races, but don't be fooled into thinking that Kyle hasn't been deserving this season. He's led the most laps in 3 races, but someone else ended up in victory lane on that particular day. Well, the 18 is stout again today, and this team believes it is more than capable of winning this race for the 2nd year in a row. Matt Yoakum?
Vince, Kevin Harvick overdrove his lap in qualifying. He starts 8th. A lot of motivation for a guy who has finished 2nd in this event for the past 3 years. Harvick told me his car has plenty of speed. His only concern is just how big of a balance shift you'll see with this package, practicing today and racing at night. Jamie Little?
Well, Jimmy Johnson's one of those drivers who didn't qualify yesterday, but it didn't impact his attitude at all. Afterwards, he told me, hey, I don't like qualifying. I'm not good at it, but I do like passing cars, and he'll have a lot of them to pass tonight, starting 29th. Watch for the 48 to be aggressive and attack early, trying to race his way into the top 10 before the end of stage 1. Larry?
Yeah, Jamie, this track will have a lot of grip, especially as we go into the night. So I think for that reason, we'll see some interesting strategy, especially for those drivers starting at the rear of the field, trying to get track position. Now let's take a look at our Injustice 2 race analysis. 267 laps, 400 miles. The stages 80, 80, and 107. Pit road speed 45 miles per hour. The pit window 54 to 60 laps. The grip level of this track, a 4. To the rear of the field, Michael McDowell, the 95 car for an engine change, and Matt DiBenedetto, the 32 car for unapproved weather tire. And the weather is absolutely gorgeous. Look at that, 78 degrees clear, not a cloud in the sky, Mike.
Fields lined up in turn number 1, Larry, heading for 2. Going to be a little cool tonight, much like opening practice yesterday morning, where a number of drivers either came close to or brushed the wall or spun, and Kyle Larson ended up having to go to a backup car. Here's tonight's Ford Performance Track Facts. Joey Logano has won 2 of the last 5 Kansas races. There's Joey's Ford. The first Ford victory at Kansas, Roush Fenway Racing scored it with Mark Martin here in 2005. Ryan Blaney has chosen the outside lane for the initial start of the race. All right, if you bowl a strike, if you bowl 2 in a row, that's a double. 3 boogeties in a row. Is that a turkey?
It is. I hate to admit it, but it is.
That's
Guys,
okay.
I got to say, I'm excited about this race because of what happened in qualifying. We've got some heavy hitters up front, but we've got some heavy hitters further on back that are going to be coming to the front in a hurry.
Yeah, watch row 15 especially. Jimmy Johnson and the home state favorite, Clint Boyer.
Well, this is the most exciting. I'm telling you, a driver's heart right now. He's pounding out of his chest. His hands are sweaty. He's ready to go racing. He's excited, waiting for that green flag to come out. She's in the air. Boogity, boogity, boogity. Let's go bowling, drivers.
Every lane's a fast lane here, but Blaney took the outside, powered around Joey Logano, who slid up the racetrack and all the way back to 8th place.
I think now you see why Blaney took the outside. He knew there was some grip out there. Logano shoved up the track over there off 2 and had to get out of the gas, lost a lot of spots.
Yeah, I think that was a lot of him just trying to avoid making contact in the first corner with Ryan Blaney. He had to check up, lost a bunch of spots. And, you know, this is also a part of that. It's so unpredictable. When you've been practicing during the day, you have no idea how to get the balance right for this time of day and what it's going to do, how it's going to change.
Boy,
Again, the 20. I think the 22 of Logano is really loose. He dropped down there in front of the 42 and could not maintain that lane.
No, he dropped down in front of him and they almost made contact. Yeah, Logano's already riding high. He's up in a high lane already. I mean, we're early in the race. I didn't expect to see that this early.
Logano back to 9th. Fords took 4 of the first 6 spots in qualifying. Blaney now leads the Toyotas of Truex and Busch.
You know what may also be happening, DW? Maybe he's on the splitter. He may have gotten down there on lower air pressure, got on the splitter, and the car just won't hold. Because I would have thought if he was loose, he would have gone in behind the 42 to try to tighten that car up.
And let's not discount Joey Logano's crew chief. Todd Gordon is under suspension. He is not here calling the shots on the box. Miles Stanley is the interim crew chief for Logano.
And sometimes, Mike, when you're going to go from the evening into the night, you guess the setup. Obviously, they might have guessed wrong for the start of this race.
Matt?
Mike, that's great for the setup for qualifying starting in the outside front row, but Joey knew in their race setup the car was not what he was looking for over a long run, so they made a drastic change today, making a mix of the 22 setup that they began with and also borrowing from Ryan Blaney in the 21. He said it's going to be just see what it gives him early on in this race.
Remember the Wood Brothers car that Ryan Blaney is driving? That is an affiliate of Team Penske.
Well, I tell you what, there's some guys making some moves in a hurry, and this 48 car is one of them. Look how many cars he's already passed. He's already passed 9 cars, moving up through the field.
The one I didn't expect, look at that, Michael McDowell up 10 spots.
Well, he had to start in the back after losing an engine in practice yesterday. McDowell started tail end of the field and has climbed to 29th. Blaney's lead was almost a second, and now Martin Truex is really eating into it. Half a second now, first to second, and Truex continues to close.
Yeah, I think a lot of us predicted this. Truex has been so good on these mile-and-a-halfs in the last couple of years, especially here if you go back to last year.
9th place, Joey Logano trying to hold off Chase Elliott.
Yeah, last year, remember, Mike, the 78 car Truex, he had a weird thing happen on a pit stop where one of the set screws backed out of the hat that holds the brakes and got between the hat and wheel, and he couldn't drive the car and had to come back in. That cost him a race.
Jimmy Johnson says he loves passing cars. What he said after he didn't get to qualify. His car went through inspection several times, did not pass. One of 11 cars.
He ought to be having a real love affair right now then, because he's passed a lot of them.
Truex is there, trying to put the Toyota out front for the first time tonight.
I think we saw this coming. Jeff mentioned it. We saw the tracker from practice, and that 78 was the most consistent car over the long run.
Yeah, he could just put his car anywhere. As you're seeing here, Ryan Blaney slid up the racetrack. Truex went to the bottom, gained on him. Blaney moves up the racetrack. Where's Truex go? Right back down to the bottom. But he can just put that 78 car about anywhere he wants.
So we're 10 laps into stage 1, which is a total of 80 laps.
You could really see the 21, the back of the 21 wiggling there. It's going to open up the door. The outside of Truex taking the lead.
Yeah, he just shot by him on the outside coming off too, and adios the 78 car.
Or is it?
Oh, he'll hang with him by maybe a turn or two, but that 78 is just too good right now.
Martin Truex led 172 laps in this race last year.
And here's somebody else that we anticipated coming to the front that runs so good here at Kansas, and that's Kevin Harvick.
Yeah, I think the guys, Mike, that we thought would run pretty good, the 78, the 18, the 4, we thought those guys would be tough tonight.
But what of Kyle Larson in 42, Jamie?
What an effort by this team in second and final practice yesterday when he got in the wall and had to go to a backup. It took that team 36 minutes exactly to bring out the backup, get it prepared, and get back on track to get some laps on it. Kyle told me that car was not as edgy as the first car, the primary, and they tightened it up to start this race, and it's helping. He's already gained 2 spots.
Yeah, Mike, you put the first car in the gutter, he's rolling a strike with this one.
Well, he just ran a lap as fast as our leader, Martin Truex Jr.
Jimmy Johnson to 14th, to 13th. Do I hear 12?
He's coming. He's definitely coming.
Well, I tell you who's hanging on tight right now, and that is Joey Logano. They have still missed the setup. I think he's extremely loose. We just saw the 24 of Chase Elliott and Denny Hamlin split him 3 wide down the front straightaway.
12 laps complete of this first stage of 80 laps at Kansas Speedway. Ricky Stenhouse, Kevin Harvick battling for 4th. And here comes Kyle Larson right with them. You're watching the Go Bowling 400 on FS1. For those of you looking for the UFC 211 prelims, that show is airing tonight over on FX. Had a little contact here as Jimmy Johnson continued his march through the field.
Yeah, it looked like the 3 and the 48. I don't know if they got together or not, but the 48's right up on the back bumper. They had 3 car, and it turned him sideways off turn 4. I don't think there was any contact, mostly air.
Yeah, and not real happy. Austin Dillon with Jimmy Johnson.
Last night's winner, that's Kyle Busch. 2nd place from Ryan Blaney. So now it's 2 Toyotas in front of 3 Fords. And Kyle Larson Chevrolet as we're 14 laps into the Go Bowling 400. Martin Truex started third. He is your leader over these last 10 laps. But the big gun is Jimmy Johnson, who started 27th and is running 13th. He's marched halfway through the field on his way to the front. How about Joey Logano, who started outside pole and has fallen back to 9th place? And there's more.
Joey got a little bit of nose damage. Looks like it's unsealed the ductwork on the top edge. So just have to monitor if you get too hot. We're going to come in and work on it. It's unsealed the splitter a little bit in the center as well. And it's spring rubber. It's up to.
Ran over a spring rubber, Matt.
And he started the race with a soft brake pedal. The car just too tight in the center. He's gone up. Joey telling the team 13 rounds on the track bar. A lot going on with a 22 early on.
Well, boy, that's exact opposite of what I was anticipating him saying, being tight. It looked like he was really loose, but it sounds like he's getting into the corner, just shoving the nose. So he's had to raise the track bar. We've heard where Ryan Blaney's actually so loose he's had to drop the track bar a lot.
I think what happened with that 22 car, apparently they made a lot of changes to that car for the race. Maybe they'll figure it out when the sun goes down, make some adjustments, the car will be better.
What can we see here on the nose of Logano's car? Oh, right in the center. Yeah, little separation
right there.
A little bit.
So that'll definitely cause a little bit of disturbance in the air flowing in and around that splitter, which is a very important part of the race car and that front downforce.
Yeah, that could be why he's as tight as he is too. Maybe he's you know, the air is not flowing over the front of the car right, making that thing push the nose.
Meanwhile, Dale Earnhardt Jr. has climbed 9 spots from 31st. Vince?
Well, they came into the weekend optimistic. Junior spent some extra time on the simulation this week. They were encouraged by some of the things they felt like they were going to be able to do with the car, and they've had good speed all weekend long. Unfortunately, they didn't qualify, so they started, as you noted, Mike, back in the 31st spot. They're up 9 positions. Junior says a little snug through the center, but otherwise it's pretty good.
And Mike, I got to give a tip of hat to Dale Jr. He spent time in the simulator. That's something I don't think he's done a lot of, Jeff. You probably know that better than I. He goes bicycle right now with Jimmy Johnson and all those guys. He's kind of trying to get himself in the best shape he's ever been in. He personally is working very hard to try to get that team and that car where it needs to be.
Yeah, we talked, DW, about how do you change your luck when things aren't going well. You dig deep. You show the team how committed you are to getting those results back.
Oh,
Boyer gets really loose.
My gosh.
I mean, I don't know if much of the air off of Junior's car caused that. I think that was just Boyer trying to get a little bit too much throttle, and he's super loose off the corner. That's some Kansas dirt track.
That's Eldora right there. But
Boyer started 30th. He is up to 23rd. And Jamie McMurray started 12th. He's gained 1 spot.
there's some cars right now that are not. There are a bunch of evil cars out there right now, Mike.
Practicing in the daytime, racing at night presents its challenges. Watch Landon Castle here.
Oh yeah, up too high, just gets in that loose stuff, picks up all the debris on the tires, just about spins that bad boy out, hangs on to it. Nice job.
And right in front of his teammate there, David Reagan. 26 laps complete. Martin Truex Jr. leading Kyle Busch. Let's hear from driver number 88.
Dale Jr. here. Just like we're mixing it up out on the racetrack, Mountain Dew is mixing it up this summer with a new flavor, Mountain Dew USA. So check it out, and also check out our new commercial coming up next.
Before we went to break, we saw Landon Castle slide way up the racetrack. He may have gotten into something that cut a tire because he ends up down on the wall in turns 1 and 2, bringing out the first caution at lap 30.
That's what we're talking about, Mike. When he was up there, all that loose stuff, debris and everything, probably cut a right front.
You know, guys, we're almost halfway through this first stage. I really believe this is a good time to get 4 Goodyear tires and make the adjustments, because you can make it to the end of stage 1 now.
Castle completes repairs, goes back out on the racetrack, and pit road is open. Jamie.
One driver who loves this racetrack, just loves the flow of it, is the 42 of Kyle Larson. He's saying he's just a little bit tight in 1 and 2, but he said he's a lot faster than the guys ahead of him. So let's get a good pit stop. I can pass him. It's going to be a 4-tire stop, no adjustments. Vince?
The 18 of Kyle Busch is just a tick free, so they're going to make a small air pressure adjustment to give him a little bit more security. It's a 4-tire stop for the 18 of Kyle Busch, Matt.
Kevin Harvick slides to a stop, says the car just not reacting the way he preferred in the center. Sticker tires should help it cut better. Meanwhile, the 78 of Truex car loves the high side. He didn't get a chance to run up there much during practice, and you can see a huge adjustment on the 21 of Blaney. Way too free early on.
Truex, Blaney, Harvick, Busch, and Elliott, the first 5 off pit road. Greg Galding will get the free pass on the first caution of the night in Kansas. After a full Friday, 2.5 hours of practice and qualifying, 3 rounds of qualifying. Today, ready to race in Kansas. 33 laps complete. Ryan Blaney's led 9. Martin Truex Jr. has led the most recent 24 laps. How about our AARP keys to the drive?
Yeah, Mike, tough for these teams to predict conditions since they practice during the daytime, but they're racing here at night. There'll be more front grip with the cooler temperatures, so the track will be fast, but could also be pretty loose. Drivers find speed by living on the edge and not stepping over it. Crew chiefs, well, they're going to want to find an edge by mixing up their strategy on pit road. Master the restart no matter which lane you're in. If you're in the inside lane, the apron is a very inviting place to move and make a move prior to turn 1. If you're restarting in the outside lane, going 3 wide through 1 and 2 could vault you up the leaderboard.
Martin Truex has chosen the outside for this restart. They're heading south and into a late afternoon sun as we go back to green.
Boy, Mike, that outside just really works well on the restart here. You can see how much momentum that 78 got off of turn 2, and he just drives off and leaves at 21 of Blaney.
Now here comes Kyle Busch to the outside of Blaney for second.
Yeah, and there goes Kyle Larson to the outside of Kyle Busch.
Kyle Busch. That 42 car has been coming up to there, man, and he's got that outside working.
What I meant to say in my keys was the top of 3 and 4. Now they're 3 and wide again going into 1 and 2. 24 on the outside.
Great aerial coverage. And boy, what a launch. Chase Elliott gets off turn 2.
Well, that turn 2 line has got it.
Now, hang on. How does somebody go to the outside of Kyle Busch? He's usually the one up top making it 3 wide on restarts.
Left that window open. Chase Elliott climbed through it.
It's a little crack in the door.
Kurt Busch battling his brother for 5th. And here comes Harvick in that light blue car right with them. Ricky Stenhouse, last week's winner in the mix in the 17. Vince?
Interesting story with the 41 of Kurt Busch. They have just been lacking speed all season long. They've been fighting a loose in condition. They just haven't been able to find a good balance with this car. They were testing this week at Kentucky, another 1.5 miles, and they tried a few things that they thought might work here this weekend. So they decided to go with it. The crew chief, Tony Gibson, told me we're way outside the box for this race, but we're going to give it a shot and see if it helps us.
Vince, he's not terrible. I mean, the car's, it's decent right now. I don't know how to work out here later on when the sun goes down. That's the question.
Yeah, I mean, he must be pretty confident, and he just made a move on his teammate Kevin Harvick.
How about last week's winner, Ricky Stenhouse, Jamie?
And it's been a good week for Ricky Stenhouse. On Tuesday night, they had the big party. He had his fellow drivers, Kyle Larson and Denny Hamlin. A little karaoke action, but had a great time celebrating his first win. And so far this weekend, things have been good. The 17, he's saying it's numb in the front end, loose in the rear. So they just threw some air pressure and wedge adjustments out to put 4 tires on it. The speed has been good. He just needs the handling to be a little bit better.
It's just amazing to me the progress that those Roush cars have made this year. The progress, the 17 cars got 5 top 5s now, and with the win, pretty impressive.
I'll tell you who's making progress is the 48 of Jimmy Johnson.
Yes, 5 top 10s with the win, I'm sorry.
Now earlier, Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Clint Boyer almost had a get together. This is just 1 lap ago. Same song.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Junior clipped the apron.
Yeah, exactly.
And, you know, with that splitter, you just cannot get that left front on the apron or it sends the car up the racetrack, just like you saw there with Dale Earnhardt Jr.
So if that didn't work out, I'll try it again.
And Daniel Suarez in the mix. In the 19, the yellow car.
When it is unique the way that Kansas Speedway does their white line around this racetrack. They put most of it down on the apron. So typically you go in there and you want to hook that white line and help the car turn or give it a little bit more grip. But here you see right there, Matt Kenseth gets down there. Not a lot of white paint down there to find that grip.
Kenseth trying to make the move on McMurray for 11th.
And Jeff, you know, it's funny, we talk about these tracks being cookie cutter tracks. No 1.5 miles the same as another 1.5 miles. And it's little things like that that make them all totally different and drive totally different, handle totally different. Just where the white line is.
Yeah, I compare this track to Chicago, but just the fact that the back straightaway is not straight at Chicago makes the entry into turn 3 and the exit of turn 2 completely different.
Out front, Martin Truex Jr. in his Toyota, 1.3 seconds ahead of Ryan Blaney. Matt?
Mike, no changes for the 78 of Truex on that pit stop, but one of his complaints, very consistent with a number of other drivers in the field, just talking about how challenging that sun is in their eyes when they come down that front straightaway. It hits them at a certain spot. It'll only take a few minutes and that sun will be behind the grandstand, but Joey Logano, who pitted a second time to fix that nose again, he asked for a tear-off, a clean windshield. Challenging early on.
Boy, I'll say the 22's got his hands full right now, but you know one thing he has? He got this cool visor that we saw. Look at it. This thing is really neat the way they made it. And these little corners right here, I asked him about that, and he said, well, if it's stuck straight out, it might get into the headrest, so we tip it down, but that keeps the sun out of his eyes, and he said it works to perfection. They make that in-house.
I love it. It looks like a baseball helmet. It's pretty cool the way it looks. It looks like they're turning in, as they turn into turn 3, that's where the sun, and that's right in the middle of the corner where you might be battling side by side with somebody. So we see a great battle here between Denny Hamlin and the 41 Kurt Busch for 7th place.
And Jimmy Johnson a part of it, 7th, 8th, and 9th. Right, Jeff, right in the middle of turn 3 and 4, you are facing due west into that late afternoon sun. No hills, no mountains out here. Just pure sunlight right in your face.
Yeah, there's nothing worse than having that bright sun in your eyes doing 180 miles an hour or 90 in the middle of these corners.
Fortunately, it won't last long. Martin Truex now 1.4 ahead of Ryan Blaney. It's Toyota, Ford, Chevrolet, 1, 2, 3.
Chevrolet, the official vehicle of NASCAR, is the most awarded car company 3 years in a row. Learn more at Chevrolet.com.
Caution out at lap 50. Iowa driver Landon Castle with the right front problem. A big one this time. Finds his way into the wall for the second time. Well, third time, second caution. Pow.
Wow. Just the back end stepped out, and when he tried to correct, it shot right straight in the wall. Did a lot of damage to the car this time.
I've heard a lot of drivers talking about how edgy the cars are, but they also say that that up top there where it's gray, normally that's clean. pavement and there's a little more grip, but he stepped right over it, and they've said this weekend there's no grip up there. It just goes away.
Now, the first caution allowed them to pit and run the whole rest of this segment without stopping again. So what will they do? Beginning with Kevin Harvick.
I mean, our lap times were just as fast at the end of the run as it was at the beginning. I don't know what you think here. Lap 50 right here, still got 30 more. As hard as it is to pass, I don't know that you can pit.
It was Rodney Childers and Kevin Harvick. What do you think, Larry?
I think we'll see a mixed bag. I think we'll see some possibly stay out. I think we'll see maybe some right side only. And then if you're at the back, come on and get 4 more tires and keep adjusting on that race car.
Yeah, I'm going to be curious to see what that 21 car does, because this is where in Texas they got behind and they tried to win a stage. They won 2 of them, and then they got behind with strategy. See what happens here.
Cole Witt will get the free pass on this, the second caution of the night. Are they all coming? Which way at the orange cone? Most of them to pit road, but not Harvick. Jamie.
Split strategy. Well, the 42, it loosened him by actually getting those 4 sticker tires. He's a little bit loose off the wall. It's his only complaint. They tore a tear off so he can see clearly, and another 4-tire stop. Vince?
Well, the 24 of Chase Elliott, that first run was a little bit snug. Made some track bar adjustments on his car as well. They're going to put just right sides on the 24. Man, oh, contact with the 24, leaving pit road.
Close call there. Meanwhile, Truex's car, they're going to go with a 4-tire change. The 21, he was much better firing off after that wedge adjustment.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. just gets out of his pit, avoiding Michael McDowell's car. They are servicing McDowell's car while it faces the wrong way because it is parked within his pit stall. So that is legal, but look at the damage to Chase Elliott's number 24.
And this is one of the challenges that comes along with taking 2 tires. You get in and out of your box while cars are still coming on pit road. Somebody's got to make that call. Let him know he's got to wait for that 95 to come into his box.
And they were so lucky not to hit Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s tire carriers and tire changers right there in the midst of all that. Visibility, a bit of a premium coming onto pit road. You're riding in with Clint Boyer coming into his stall late in the day. Long shadows, bright sunshine, and a lot of traffic
All these LED lights on those pit signs have helped visibility so much. You want to spot those signs about 10 stalls away. That helps you maximize your speed getting into the stall.
Yeah, Mike, what you try to do is to find a spot on the wall or an opening that you're close to or something that gives you an idea about where you are.
Now there's the incident between Chase Elliott and Michael McDowell. Elliott leaving his pit and McDowell. A little displeasure there, but
I'm sorry, that was not Michael McDowell's fault. I mean, he was coming in, and to me, you know, that's clearing the 24 car of Chase Elliott out of his pit box. That can either be done from the top of the roof by a spotter or by the crew chief on pit road, but they have to be aware, especially when they're taking 2 tires, to be aware that they have to be very clear of when he can exit.
So it's the responsibility on the car leaving, not the car entering?
No, if the car's entering and he's early and he sees that car's going to step out, yes, he can slow down and prevent that from happening. But to me, the 95 was already committed into his pit stall, and at that point, it really was on the 24 car.
It's a failure to communicate somewhere.
Chase Elliott will pit. Landon Castle, the cause of the caution, is back out there and up to speed. Danica Patrick started at the back. She was too fast exiting. And here comes Martin Truex. He wants the lead back.
That 13 was in the way, and I mean, he rooted him out of the way and got by him. Truex did, but 13's falling back like a rock.
Looked like a little bit of wheel spin on that restart, allowed Truex to get him 3 wide, and then he's just so vulnerable back there now.
Ty Dillon falling back into the field. That caution flag, a break for Kyle Busch. They had a grill issue and the car was starting to overheat. They got to pit and fix that. So Busch back out there in 3rd place. Let's see if there's any contact here.
Mighty close. See that 70, the 13 moves down, the 78 said, well, you move down, I can move down lower.
Yeah, the 13 actually got a pretty good restart. He just went down to try to block that move. As he came back up, the 78 Truex anticipated and went 3 wide.
Now the 13 was on old tires. Ty Dillon did not stop. That's why he restarted up front.
Probably got a little wheel spin on that restart, and that allowed Truex to get under him like that.
Also keep an eye on Daniel Suarez, who restarted 5th after taking 2 tires. That was for track position. He had been running 21st at the caution flag. Restarted 5th, currently 10th, as Blaney goes to the inside on Kyle Busch.
Another guy in a... What's this? It's pretty crowded right here. Eric Jones in the middle. Got the
Chevy, Toyota, Ford right there.
Stenhouse is pretty crowded.
As strong as Martin Truex Jr. is up front, I got to believe Eric Jones is also going to be joining him up in that top 5 here pretty soon. He's started way back in the field, but he's got a really good race car, and I think he'll march his way up there as well. Look at this move by Larson on the outside of 48 of
and
Jimmy
Ty
Johnson.
Dillon is spun in the back straightaway.
I don't know if that had anything to do with that restart or not, but it could have. It could have a flat.
Flat right front tire.
I think that's, I don't know, I think that started on that restart because he just wasn't able to go, he wasn't able to cut down. I think it was vulnerable.
Remember, he stayed out to restart up front. Was running 16th when this happened.
Oh my.
I think he was just really loose, and Eric Jones got to the outside of him and loosened him up. I don't think that was a tire issue that caused that spin.
Reed Sorensen will get the free pass, get back on the lead lap as a result of this, the 3rd caution of the night. Is that tire down already? Hard to say.
It's hard to say.
I think the right front went flat after he slid and locked it up, and that's what they were talking about.
Yeah, there you just saw it pop right there at the end, Jeff. So you're right about the tire going flat.
This will be what NASCAR determines a quickie yellow flag. That means all cars, lead lap and lap down cars.
Watch this thing. You'll see the dust come out from under it right about when he gets down here on the apron.
Yeah, you'll stay on the gas to try to keep it out of the outside wall. Once you realize you're going to the inside wall, you lock up the brakes, and these tires can only handle being locked up
boom, right there.
So long before that happens. You wear through the tread.
He was loosey-goosey.
Now he's got to try to beat pace car. I think, yeah, he's definitely going to beat that pace car off pit road to stay on the lead lap.
So Ty Dillon continues. 6 cars will pit, beginning with Michael McDowell, Cole Witt, Gray Galding, Reed Sorensen, Landon Castle, and Chase Elliott come to pit road. 60 eventful laps are complete. 3 cautions, 3 different leaders were under yellow in Kansas. Ready for the restart in the Go Bowling 400. 19 laps to go in stage 1. Reed Sorensen got the free pass on this caution flag for Ty Dillon, who is able to continue. And on the outside, Kevin Harvick elects the outside lane for the restart.
Yeah, we'll see how that works out for him. You know, we talk about how Kyle Busch gets such great restarts. We'll see how it works out here with him pinned down on the inside.
'78 already going to the outside. Jimmy Johnson's going to follow him as well.
Kyle Busch is just gets in it. The last night of truck race, did the same thing, restarts. Every restart he does, he jumps way out in front.
I thought I saw Harvick's car slide a little sideways as he hit the gas. He might have spun the wheels, and that cost him the lead.
You always spin the wheel when somebody got you jacked up like the 28.
Well, those pressure tires are definitely going to grip a lot better on those restarts than, you know, staying out on those older ones.
Let's listen to Kevin Harvick on the restart.
Yeah, got a little bit.
You hear the RPM pick up there at the end of second gear, and that's exactly when the 78 attacked.
How about that Jimmy Johnson guy? He started way in the back, and look where he's running now, 5th.
But was that a consequence of Harvick staying out, not getting fresh tires at lap 52? He's had those tires on the car since lap 31.
Definitely. When you're the leader and you have, you know, older tires, those behind you, not only are they going to try to lay back and anticipate that start and roll to it, but also it's so much easier for you to spin the tires.
And hot tires are sticky, Mike. They pick up everything. Even when you try to clean them off, it's hard to get them cleaned up.
Clint Boyer running in 13th. What's up there, Vince?
Boyer started 30th because he wasn't able to qualify, and his crew chief Mike Bugaravich said, if we can get to the top 20 and then go racing, I think we'll be fine. But Clint says, I need more rear grip, and I'm having a little bit of issue with the brakes.
Tell you what, my brakes are vibrating pretty good. I think the rotors are working pretty hard on him getting into one to run fast.
Maybe a brake issue for Boyer. Look at this 5-car battle for 4th place.
Yeah, this was all created by Jimmy Johnson getting underneath Kevin Harvick, and as they come off the corner, Harvick was on his right side door. He got loose. They almost, I mean, I thought they did an amazing job not wrecking right there, but it caused Jimmy Johnson to check up, and then here came the 42, the 2, the 11.
Now Denny Hamlin's right in the midst of that. What's his issue, Jamie?
Well, they took a different approach this weekend. They really wanted to dial this race car in, so they didn't try any mock qualifying runs at all. Just focused on getting that balance right. He went out and qualified 7. Now, since the start of this race, though, he said that brake pedal is really soft. They're not sure if it's a rotor issue or a brake. They're keeping an eye on it, but he said he has little to no brakes at this point.
Thanks, Jamie. A.J. Allmendinger had a big slide out of turn 4, lost about 15 spots. But he continues. Chase Elliott is back on pit road. He had been under NASCAR's crash clock, the damaged vehicle policy, but he got up to minimum speed, cleared that, and once they did that, now they're free to take their time and make full repairs without being on the crash clock.
Yeah, watching Allmendinger, I think he thought he had a flat tire. I think he's trying to recover here and fill it out.
Vince?
Yeah, the big issue with the 24 is they just can't keep the right front fender where they had damage from rubbing that right front tire. This is the second time they've had to come in and actually change the right front since they thought they had it repaired the first time. So the issues continue for the 24.
All due to that collision on pit road with Michael McDowell. Let's go back and show you what happened to A.J. Allmendinger.
He's coming off turn 4, Mike, and the car just took an abrupt left turn. I think he was shooting out toward the wall. He's right ahead of this group right here, and all of a sudden you're going to see him, and he just comes shooting back down to the apron.
Wow.
I think he may have thought, man, I got a flat tire, because the car just took off all at once.
Now he did get back up to speed and remains on the lead lap in 33rd.
I thought that was really interesting what we heard from Clint Boyer about how much brake that he's using into turn 1. He said, in order to run fast, I got to use a lot of brake. That tells me that having the lack of downforce in the cars this year at this racetrack with the lack of banking going into turn 1, they're using a lot of brake pedal.
All right, 10 to go in stage 1. Martin Truex draws a bead on Kyle Busch for the lead. Nobody's won more stages this year than Martin Truex. He has 5. 5th place, Brad Keselowski.
Saw that classic move by Brad Keselowski. He gets up to the left rear of Kevin Harvick and uses that side draft as he dumps the air over on the spoiler and is able to complete the pass by going down onto the apron.
They've made that 2-car a lot better than was the start of this race. He's moved up to 5th place. Car looks pretty good now.
Jamie?
I think we've all been watching the 5 this weekend in practice. He was able to run the top, the bottom. He was passing cars, very confident coming into this race. And he's saying right now, his car, no complaints. It's turning really well. Keep in mind, he started this race 31st. He's up there battling for a top 5.
Kane 8th, going to be side by side with Hamlin for 7th.
You think about some drivers and teams that need a break, need something to go right. They've really struggled over the last couple of years. Casey's an awesome race car driver. We know it's a great team and car. Sure would be nice to see him have a good run here.
They keep the confidence up. Rodden's done a nice job with him.
Daniel Suarez slow off turn 4.
Yeah, I think Clint Boyer got underneath them. Oh no, maybe he got loose before that. Oh yeah, he just got really loose running in the middle of the group.
Whoa,
he
almost got really loose when that 14 came up on him.
Remember, Suarez only got right side tires on his last stop to gain track position.
Whoa!
Clear, get up there. Clear back.
That's what we've seen so much of already in the start of this race all weekend long. You just try to get a little bit too much and you jump right over the edge of that grip level.
There just seems to be a place down here off turn 4 that everybody has a problem. If there's a problem, it seems to be off turn 4 in a spot right there.
Coming to 5 laps to go in stage 1. Brad Keselowski holding on to 5th place right now. Matt?
Early on, Mike, he was really working that track bar adjuster, changing the balance of that 2-car. And as you guys mentioned, the only issue he really has is when he gets mired in traffic and the balance really swings hard, loose in, and tight across the center. They didn't make any adjustments on that last stop. They're in the ballpark.
No, they are. Their lap times look really good. They're comparable to our leader right now. Every now and then a little bit quicker. So the two definitely has come alive.
And DW, that tells me the track conditions are changing and suiting. That's them predicting which way the track was going to go, and it's coming to them.
10th place there is Kurt Busch, the 41, just ahead of Austin Dillon with 4 to go.
Jeff, I always say a crew chief has to do a selling job on these guys, on the driver early on, because the track's going to change and the car will come to you.
Here are your stage winners this season. Kyle Busch trying to pick up his second. And by stage wins, we mean the stage 1 and 2. Stage 3 is, of course, a race win.
Big moment by Casey Kane getting loose off of turn 4. That was a tank slapper.
I tell you what, Jeff, it's obvious that rear spoiler is not very big on these cars right now, and downforce, rear downforce is really playing into causing a lot of problems for these guys. Getting in the corner, getting off the corner, it's not enough rear downforce.
2 laps to go.
Makes a fun race, though, doesn't it?
Oh, my goodness, a lot of fun. I thought Martin Truex Jr. was going to challenge Kyle Busch for this stage win, but he's backed off a little bit. Ryan Blaney having a really nice solid run.
And third, Larson, Keselowski, and Johnson fairly close together, 4th, 5th, 6th. For the first time since the Daytona 500 in February, Kyle Busch is on the final lap en route to a stage 1 win. He won last night's truck race after race leader Ben Rhodes lost an engine with just a handful of laps to go while in the lead.
It was a great race, really unfortunate situation for Ben Rhodes.
Felt sorry for that kid.
He'll win some, don't worry.
He had that one in the bag.
Well, he impressed a lot of people.
And here's the green and white tablecloth for Kyle Busch. Stage 1 winner, 1 second ahead of Truex, 3 ahead of Blaney, 5 seconds ahead of Larson and Keselowski. Jimmy Johnson 6th. Kevin Harvick, Denny Hamlin, Casey Kane, and Kurt Busch are the 10 drivers who earn championship points in stage 1. GoBowling.com set up bowling lanes behind the grandstand in the fan midway here. Southpaw Ricky Stenhouse, the Talladega winner, shows off his form. And here's Larry the Cable Guy with a strike and the same shirt he had on today. Well, nice job by Mater. PBA Hall of Famer Chris Barnes helped out with a little coaching. Go to gobowling.com and find a bowling center near you. Bunch of pinheads right there.
Yeah. If I didn't have his old bad knee, I'd been over there bowling with it.
Uh-huh.
Oh, we've been bragging all weekend about our bowling games.
Yep.
We always like to joke about stats and DW.
What's the highest game you ever
wins,
bowled?
and I think he won this one.
I got a 250 one time.
You did?
Oh,
Yeah.
I thought it was a 350.
Was that for a series or was that one game?
No, it's one game.
Okay.
Yeah, I used to bowl a lot. Well, I bet I still do.
All right.
Well, no, not because of your knee, though.
Well, I haven't bowled in the last few weeks, but
okay.
I get some holes in my bowling ball like I like. I'll be good to go.
So if 3 strikes is a turkey, what's 4?
You did good.
Listen, we've seen a little bowling on pit road already.
Jamie.
Well, so far the 42, they have been solid. No bowling going on down here. He's saying his car's pretty good, a little too tight on throttle up top. He was trying to let it roll and it wasn't helping. So they'll make a wedge adjustment down on the right rear, air pressure adjustment, and a 4-tire stop for Kyle Larson. Vince?
Kyle Busch has led more laps this season than any other driver, and he pits from the lead on this occasion as well. He says the track's coming to him. He likes the car. 4 tires, no changes, Matt.
Interim crew chief Brian Wilson trying to fix the 2 cars. A little free, but his bigger issue is just too tight at the 2/3 mark. The 21 didn't feel like he fired off as well. This run just too tight, especially on exit. The car went to the free side, and the 78, he's been good down in 1 and 2, not quite as good in 3 and 4.
Wow, what a race off pit road. Ryan Blaney picking up 2 spots. Kyle Busch losing 2. Here's how close it was.
Well, I think the 78 got
He got that, yeah.
I would say.
Yeah. Let's dial up the 018 car. What do you say? Kyle Busch, it's DW. You got me there, buddy?
Yeah, DW, what's up, man?
Man, I don't know what. I came up here a few times, and you had more trouble here than any place I think you ever went. All of a sudden, you flipped a switch, and now it's one of your favorite tracks. What changed?
I'm not exactly sure what changed, but it certainly is nice to have a good feel here. You know, it started going in a better direction with Dave Rogers there the last couple times he and I ran, and then Adam Stevens and I have just been really good at being able to communicate and get a good car for here ever since. So, you know, we just keep trying to work on it here, get this M&M's Red Nose Day Camry to stay up front all night long, and hopefully have a shot to win this thing like last year.
I believe you do, my friend. Those M&Ms look pretty happy right now. Good luck.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Kyle Busch, Stage 1 winner. Reed Sorensen gets the free pass. We'll update others after this. Well, if Jimmy Johnson likes passing cars, as he said in pre-race, he's going to get to do it again. You're allowed to drive through 3 pit boxes before your box. That's 4. And then 3, 2, and then 1, and then he's pit box 31. So that's too many boxes. Here's what Jimmy said afterward.
I can't see too well, and I was afraid of that. Okay. That's all right. We'll drive right on back up there. Well, it took us 80 laps to get there the first time.
So Johnson will restart in the back. Let's check with Vince Welch at the eBay Motors pit box.
Well, NASCAR, just as they use that ProVision video technology to keep an eye on drivers entering their pit box, they can use a similar type of technology when they're trying to determine whether drivers get on pit road in time at the end of a stage. Pit lane closes 2 laps before the end of a stage. When that lead driver crosses the start-finish line with 2 to go, the light is then manually turned on, letting the drivers know they cannot come onto pit road without a penalty. Sometimes there's a dispute on whether or not they got it there in time, so they can go to a video that is time stamped, and they can take that electronic data, match it up, and determine whether the driver got on pit road legally or he's going to be penalized.
Thanks, Vince. Getting set for the restart. Truex and Kyle Busch will be on the front row. As out of the sun into the shade of turn 4, facing west. And then they'll come to the Geico restart zone. When they get there, it is the leader's option to start the race. If by the end of that box the leader has not fired off, the flagman will restart the race.
Well, you're going to see a guy fire off here, all right. He's that yellow car down on the bottom. He's got these restarts figured out.
Was Truex the leader of the 18?
No, I don't.
No, Truex was the leader, so he got,
he was. He just took the outside. That's right. You got him.
Well, he got him going into turn 1. Not sure if he's going to get him off of turn 2. Yeah, he fights
here comes
back
Larson
on the outside.
Watch Larson, who gets that big jump off turn 2 each time.
How impressive is that kid on the outside? He'll do it again down here.
Right into turn 3, up high. Here he goes.
He just blasted up there and goes for it. Whoa, big wiggle, though. He about jumped over the cushion.
He's just got a technique for getting the car into the corner high up there like that and hanging on to it.
He's got such a great feel for that right rear, where the edge and the limit is.
It's like a sprint car on a high bank track. He just rides it in on the right rear and then gasses it.
His teammate Jamie McMurray says he's learned from Kyle Larson and these other young drivers who don't work on the car, come and show up with their helmet to drive, and came off the dirt tracks. Instead of adjusting on the car, they find a different place on the racetrack where the car is most comfortable, and Kyle Larson and drivers like him get the most out of it that way.
Man,
wow.
Man, look at that.
That's a little gaggle going down there.
That was Wonder Woman on the inside of that 4 wide. Danica in the 10. Battling Trevor Bayne. Whoa, boy.
Easy, easy.
You could see where Trevor Bayne realized that Danica was coming up the racetrack and was loose, and he had to give her a little bit of extra room, plus the aerodynamics. Then Jimmy Johnson's 3 wide coming around this group as well.
Saw a lot of sparks coming out of the 6 car, and we see that a lot out of those Roush cars. The 17 and the 6, we see them sparking a lot.
They don't seem to mind.
No,
they seem to like it like that.
They got something going on there.
The one of McMurray had a big run off turn 4. Here he is behind the 48 of Jimmy Johnson. Let's check with Vince.
Well, it's been a bit of a struggle for Dale Earnhardt Jr. so far tonight. He had to start near the back in 31st, now running just in the top 20 at the 20th spot, but at least he's keeping his sense of humor.
Keep your fans on, clear in, 95, come around us. Fans on, that's off. Come on, sign up. Just missing. Let's get the tires on your car. I don't care how long y'all take.
Ryan Blaney had a moment. He just about stopped midway down the back straightaway.
And Keselowski just about ran over him. I think he got to pushing up the hill here. Must have had to get out of the gas a little bit. Watch the 2 car. Here he comes.
He also got the splitter down on the apron.
Yeah, he just gets wiggly loose off that corner.
Fought it all the way to the top, and there went Harvick.
2 chased him, and here come the 4 blowing by. So,
wow.
Little moment there.
A little moment.
Well, for us. Yeah. Not for him.
Well, it's time to pick two for our McDonald's McCafe refreshing picks of the race.
Mike, I got this.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I think we all got this one.
Ding, ding, Captain Obvious.
It's I would say the 78 and the 18 would be two good choices.
Not necessarily in that order, but okay.
No, 18 and 78. I got them backwards. Well, that's how they're running on the track.
You want your fries before your burger or your burger before your fries?
I just think I'll drive straight through.
Okay. Hey, drive-through penalty does not apply at McDonald's, okay? Here are your lap leaders so far tonight. Martin Truex, 54 laps. Kyle Busch, 20. Kevin Harvick, 10. Ryan Blaney, 9. Those are the only drivers to lead tonight. But we still have 173 laps to go and 2 stages. I think just about everybody expected Martin Truex to be the car to beat here tonight.
Well, I agree with that. And Kyle Busch is, in hot pursuit. We figured he's going to be pretty good too. Those two cars have just been pretty awesome in practice.
How about Talladega winner Ricky Stenhouse? Jamie.
Yeah, he's really been struggling with the balance of his car. They thought they were pretty good coming into it, but he just has no turn through the center, and he said it actually feels like he has no tires. A strange feel. The caution is out, Mike.
That is Eric Jones going around in turn 2 from 9th place at lap 96, 5th caution flag of the night.
Remember, he did that in practice, Mike. Coming off turn 4, he lost the car. Very similar situation. Got it down into the grass here on the front straightaway with limited damage. Lucky again.
And he was really doing a nice job working his way up.
Just got loose.
Yeah, that's just the car is just rotating a little bit too good. Gets on the right rear and it just steps out. Nice job, though. It looks like he might have done a good job of saving it. Not the tires.
I don't think we've seen the last of him tonight.
No, he's got a fast car. We saw that from practice. He had a fast car, and he was one of the faster cars in the race here, but he just had a problem there. Got a little loose.
Now he will come to pit road for tires and a change. Larry, if this is a quickie yellow, what do we do?
Well, we don't need tires. We've only run 8 laps. But what makes this caution interesting, Mike, is if you pit here, you are right there being able to make it to the end of stage 2 on fuel. I don't think the guys up front will come. It's too hard to pass. But some back in the back may be thinking, I can look at that window and I can make it on fuel from here.
Well, what we've seen is on later restarts in a stage, cars with old tires have not been faring well. Brad Keselowski.
Keselowski's going to come.
Eric Almirola to pit road.
And we know Keselowski can make it.
Quite a few cars mid-pack and on back are on pit road.
Paul Menard is in. Dale Earnhardt Jr. Here's Jamie.
Well, I was just reporting when that caution came out that Ricky's just not happy with the car. It felt like it just didn't have tires on it. Not happy at all. 4-tire stop here, Matt.
Well, Keselowski gives up that 6th position. They're going to go 4 tires here and top them off of fuel. That way they can make it to the end of the stage.
Thanks, Matt. 4 tires and Sunoco race fuel for the USA car. Another look at Eric Jones, who's brought out the 5th caution of the night in Kansas. Getting ready to restart as Larry takes a look at tonight's Liberty Mutual Insurance Worry Less strategy.
Well, Mike, I'm going to do all I can to keep you up front, but I'm also going to be keeping an eye on your right front tire. The right front tire here takes a ton of abuse at the speeds we're running. I'll let you know if we see anything we don't like, and I'll let you know if I hear of anyone else having any type of right front tire issue.
Thanks, Larry. Landon Castle gets the, there's a right front tire. Landon Castle gets the free pass. He's back on the lead lap. The other car with earlier damage, Chase Elliott, is 7 laps down. Corey LaJoie too fast exiting the pits. He'll restart at the tail end. And we're set to go with 35 lead lap cars. And 61 laps to go. It'll be 60 at the line in stage 2. Sunset in Kansas. Martin Truex, Kyle Busch, here we go.
Oh, look at Larson, gets a good run, gets to the rear bumper. Kyle Busch, great block by Kyle Busch to prevent that from going 3 wide.
I'm not sure Larson thought that was such a great deal, but it worked out.
Oh, Larson gets loose off of 2.
Yeah, man, he got loose over there coming up off of 2. Going to cost him a little bit.
Yep, that allows Harvick to get by for 3rd. Larson coming back on the outside.
Oh, he gets such a run off the corner.
I thought he was going to do a crossover. Didn't have enough momentum.
Jimmy Johnson in trouble. Front straightaway. Up high. Slowing. Here comes everybody.
I think Johnson got a tire down, I think. Left rear.
Yeah, left rear tire is definitely down.
Boy, he just can't buy a break tonight.
He was 11th.
Clear.
And now has to limp around to pit road.
It's going to shred and take that left rear quarter panel.
Watch off corner here. I don't know if he made any contact with the 41 or not. They were real close together.
Oh yeah,
yeah. That's what happened.
Remember, these two, they got into it a little bit at Daytona.
And the caution is out for debris from the 48 at lap 102.
Wow, that's an inner panel there. That's a. Well, that's going to let a lot of fumes up in the car.
Yeah, he was still carrying quite a bit of speed, trying to get back to pit road. And with that tire being down, that just sends it shredding.
And Jeff, you can see the left side of the car where he and Kurt Busch got together, and that's what cut that left rear down.
So officially it's a debris caution. It's not charged to Jimmy Johnson. And we'll have to double check and see if this is a mechanical issue or if this is covered under NASCAR's damaged vehicle policy.
Yeah, well, one thing's for sure, he's gone down 1 lap to the leader.
Clint Boyer was right behind Johnson when this developed.
Still clear all the way behind the 48. Clear high all the way up right here, man. All the way.
Wow.
And he was up against the wall.
Trying to force it through there, and it just wasn't quite enough room.
Here's what Kurt Busch had to say.
My bad. I'm the one driving the car. Yeah, I said he was there. He come off the well. We're good. Keep digging. We watched the replay. He came down, old man. He was going to hit the fence, and he came down and hit you, so.
That's what I love about Tony Gibson, boy. He is one great cheerleader. Kurt Busch already took some of the blame for that. And I agree. I thought Jimmy Johnson did come down a little bit, but I think Kurt just didn't expect him to be there either.
But you're right. Tony Gibson and spotter Tony Raines, former driver himself, being cheerleaders for Kurt there.
Sometimes you just there's openings, but they're not big enough to get through, and you need to recognize those and not put yourself in that position.
I believe Jeffrey Earnhardt is going to get the free pass. There are the spotters. Liberty Mutual spotters stand here at Kansas.
Pit road busy again.
Jamie?
And Kyle Larson coming in. They wanted to stay out earlier, so they thought they'd pit this time. You see the wrench in the rear window. They want to make that car a little bit better. It's been pretty good, just a little loose when he runs the top side. So 4-tire stop for him. Casey Kane having a great night. Really good speed in this car. A 4-tire stop. Vince?
The 14 of Clint Boyer has come in. Boyer says it's just not the balance that he wants. They put a spring rubber in the right rear. It's a 4-tire change for the 14, Matt.
And Eric Almirola going around to the left side of the car. Air pressure change on the 43. Balance not quite there. Won't cut in the center. And free on exit.
Thanks, Matt. One more look at it. Kurt Busch and Jimmy Johnson get together. Caution, lap 102. Getting ready to go back to green. Jimmy Johnson did not go on the crash clock. The tire going flat, not covered under NASCAR's damaged vehicle policy, so he's back out there and remains one lap down that he lost getting to pit road for that flat tire. Kyle Busch outside of Martin Truex. Here we go.
Busch down the inside, 3 wide. I mean, we're going to see this on every restart. Somebody's either going to go to the apron and take it 3 wide, or to the outside through 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Nice restart by Ryan Blaney, getting up into the 2nd position.
Yeah, but Jeff, he's been hanging in there really well, top 3 or 4 the whole night, and that car looks pretty racy.
Keselowski with a full head of steam underneath Matt Kenseth, and at 3rd place, Harvick and Truex.
Wow, did you see Harvick's car getting loose as he got out of the gas, getting into turn 1?
And he'll lose the spot because of it. They're at nearly 200 miles an hour, Matt.
Mike, we replayed earlier the video of Kevin Harvick having to really pedal that 4 car on the restart, and that's what he has to go through each and every restart. He just spins the tires too much. Harvick told his team, we're getting very close. I can run the bottom now. That's usually when you see the speed really show up in the form.
A.J. Allmendinger dropping through the field like a rock, and boy, that stacked things up and really spread the field out all the way back.
I know they get gone up front up here, Mike, but this mid-pack right here is a mess.
Clint Boyer might have had a little contact there.
I'm surprised there wasn't more contact. They were 3 and 4 wide, and they're just running all over each other, high, low, middle. What a mess.
Here you'll see it. Boyer behind Allmendinger. That's Corey LaJoie. Little bump.
Yeah, just trying to help him out.
Yeah, just give him a little push.
Still middle.
Yo.
Inside, middle.
Well, that could have been big.
Still middle. Inside here, outside.
There was nowhere to go there for Eric Jones.
You're clear.
Yeah, and A.J. Allmendinger was just holding on, trying to keep it going straight.
See, Mike, those are the things we see up here that those drivers out there never see. They don't know all that's going on.
Things they don't want to see.
Nope.
Man, Clint Boyer he is just finds himself in all these situations that he really doesn't want to have any part of.
How does trouble find him? It seems to, and often.
We always call it the common denominator. You'll have that.
All this back from 22nd on back. Vince?
You know, earlier we played the radio from Dale Earnhardt Jr. joking with crew chief Greg Ives about the fans, and then Jr. said, just make sure you get the tires tight or the wheels tight, because 2 stops ago they did have a loose left rear, and then the most recent stop when Jr. came in, they reassured him that all 4 wheels had been tight. Jr. says the car feels fast right now. That's a good sign. Jamie?
And Danica Patrick doing a nice job. She was top 15. She slipped back just a couple spots, now in 17th. You should have seen her face after qualifying yesterday walking through the garage. She was so disappointed. This is a track she's had some success at. She qualified 24th, but they found their way. They made some good adjustments to this race car, and she's overall pretty happy, Matt.
Just on the outside of Danica Patrick, the 3 of Austin Dillon. Not been an easy night for him. Currently runs in the 17th position. His car more on the tight side tonight. He's been struggling a little bit. The other issue he had, he was complaining about his brakes. Just didn't feel right.
You know, they don't run a lot of brakes here. This is a 1.5 mile track. This is not a short track that you would have a big brake package. So if they're using more brake than they anticipated, as we heard from Clint Boyer, getting the car slowed down to get to the bottom of 1 and 2, that easily could cause some overheating in those brakes.
Let's watch the telemetry up here with Logano and see what we can see.
Upper right.
Hey, Jeff, we've seen this a lot. We've heard this a lot this year with this aero package, low downforce, which comes low drag, which makes more straightaway speed. that even at a track like this, I think it causes them to use a little more brake because the corner entrance speed is so great.
Yeah, and what warps the rotors is they get really, it shocks them. They get really, really hot, and then you let off, and they cool. And then you get really, really, it's that shock that warps them.
You can see the glowing at the left front of the 3 on Austin Dillon. That's how much brake they're using. You never see brake rotors glowing on a 1.5 mile racetrack, so that tells you a lot about what they're doing.
That's 20th place Austin Dillon. Kyle Larson just moved into 10th place, now takes 9th. What makes that significant, he is the only Chevrolet in the top 13. Kyle Busch's Toyota leads from Ryan Blaney's Ford.
Did you see Jimmy Johnson just shoot around the 3 car?
Yeah.
Boy, they haven't lost any speed in that car.
Jamie, what's up with Stenhouse?
Well, Ricky Stenhouse came in and pitted last time around. They took 4 tires, then right afterwards he said, guys, I have a vibration. I see the car chief, Mike Kelly, walking down pit road shaking his head right now. They didn't get him tight.
Oh, wow. That will cost him at least 1 lap as he navigates pit road at limited speed. Teammates from Joe Gibbs Racing. That whole 4-car team, including the 11 of Hamlin and the 20 of Matt Kenseth, still searching for that first victory of 2017.
Another teammates out leading the race here, Kyle Busch, and they're both running pretty good tonight. The 20 is 6th, and the 6th and 7th for those 2 guys. With Suarez is running 9th, so they're all in the top 10.
Yeah, all of them are running really good. I mean, this is definitely the best we've seen that organization and how consistent. You see Casey Kane dive 3 wide to go by Danica and Ryan Newman.
Just before that, Dale Earnhardt Jr. shot the gap right between Patrick and Newman. Here's a look. Watch the 88.
Well, Mike, we heard the report there that Junior was very happy with the car. Thought it was handling and running really well right now. And you see him kind of make a bold move right there and split the difference.
Yeah, he was getting after it. The car's a little loose. You can see the back end wiggling a little bit, but not stopping him from getting in the gas pedal, making a move like that.
The update on Stenhouse, a loose left rear wheel was what brought him back to pit road. 42 to go in stage 2 of the Go Bowling 400. Kyle Busch 1 second ahead of Ryan Blaney. Martin Truex within striking distance, and Jimmy Johnson fighting back from his 4th penalty of the year, which caused him to restart tail end Charlie. Brad Keselowski in 5th place. Matt.
Mike, his night has taken a turn here. Keselowski just came on the radio a few moments ago telling his team, I believe I've got something amiss in the right rear, possibly a loose wheel. He's hitting pit road. Couldn't take it any longer. The vibration just too much on the 2.
And another contender will fall off the lead lap with this green flag pit stop as Kyle Busch completes 121 laps.
A rash of loose wheels tonight.
They've gone to the right side on Keselowski, but left plenty of room to change lefts also, and it'll be a 4-tire change.
You know, I would say it's not dark yet, so you know, we think a night race maybe that would be a problem, but it's not even dark yet.
I just think it's the pressure on pit road of how quick those pit stops are becoming, and you have to keep up with the competition.
You know, that one little Chevrolet in the top 10, Larry, he keeps getting closer and closer to the front.
Well, and one reason, Mike, he has much fresher tires. Remember, he pitted that car at lap 103, and I look at everybody he's racing around back through Kurt Busch in 9th. They all will have to pit at least with 10 laps to go in this stage. So not only does he have the fresher tires, he's going to be able to go to the end of stage 2 without stopping should we not get a caution.
Kyle Larson restarted 22nd. He is up to 6th.
You know, sometimes you have bad luck. You have to do, you know, like cut a tire or have a wheel loose or a tire or whatever, and it works out. You know, especially with these stages the way they are. You know, if you play it right, sometimes it can work in your favor.
37 laps to go in stage 2. Kyle Busch yarding Ryan Blaney by 1.4 seconds.
32 laps to go in stage 2 here at Kansas Speedway, and time for a KFC Zinger race break with Michael Waltrip, Chris Myers, and there he is, Kyle Busch, leading his 7th race of the year, still searching for that first win. Now, he won stage 1. Michael, that was the first stage that he's won this year since winning at the Daytona 500, the very first stage we ever ran.
Yeah, and you've got to think about this car tonight. They're going to have to be versatile right now, Chris. The sunlight's been on this track. It's cooling off. Shades come over the turns, and now watch the groove move around. Kyle, right out next to that outside wall.
We've only had 4 leaders, and Ryan Blaney, our 23-year-old pole sitter, one of those, he's led 9 laps. He's hanging around, running second in his Ford.
Yeah, and he said he was loose early. This car has really gotten good. Look how versatile he is. There's lap traffic now. These guys have caught the back of the field. They're having to go all over the track. You've got to have a car you can move around.
And for all the concern, yeah, nice move there. There's Denny Hamlin, the Joe Gibbs cars. We've been talking about at this point last year. They had 5 wins. Of course, they won this race with Kyle Busch, and they're all in the top 8 right now, still searching for their first victory of this season.
Yeah, but we know these cars have speed. Kyle Busch has been near victory a couple times. He got passed for the win last week on the last lap, so they're going to be fine. Look at Daniel Suarez. He's running up in the 7th position. This kid's a rookie, and he's getting his legs under him. I look for good things for him throughout the summer.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the 88. Now he's been as far back as 31st in this race, up to 12th, battling McMurray for 11.
Yeah, and he's taking that spot away, Chris, and I talked about the track changing. It looks like the changing conditions are playing right into his hands. Really fast lap speeds right now for Dale Jr. You can see him just mow around McMurray and heading toward the top 10.
Yeah, he came in 25th in points, just one top 10 finish this season in the 88. That's your KFC Zinger race break. Let's head back upstairs to Daryl, Jeff, and Mike.
Thanks. 28 to go in stage 2. Brad Keselowski, after having that problem that brought him to pit road, drove through too many pit boxes on the way into his pit and had to do a drive-through penalty that now puts Brad's number 2 laps down. Vince?
Well, we've noted, and Michael just spoke about Dale Earnhardt Jr. and running those good lap times, but for the second time tonight, Jr. thinks he's got a loose wheel, so keep an eye on the 88.
Oh, that was his big problem last week at Talladega.
Yeah, they had to put a wheel spacer on last week after they figured out what was wrong with it. 41 just got up in the wall. Big time. Trying to get to pit road.
Man, that was aggressive getting to pit road. Great job by Kurt Busch.
No caution.
I think
his right front's down.
It looks soft. That right front does.
Kurt was running 10th when that happened. Vince?
Yeah, there you see it, guys. That flat right front on the 41 of Kurt Busch. We told you before they were trying an experimental setup, and it had been working pretty well. The car had been decent, although he'd really been fighting loose in and tied off. Going to make a 4-tire change. You see the fire inside that right front tire. Then working those brakes. Matt?
And his teammate Kevin Harvick just drove by in the 4, making his way to his pit box for service. We're going to start seeing a number of teams starting to hit pit road in the next 10 laps or so. The 21 should be here about lap 145. Harvick says the 4 car just too tight. Both ends of the racetrack going through the center.
A.J. Allmendinger in. And now Kurt Busch will be on the crash clock. 5 minutes to get back up to minimum speed. And caution is out for Corey LaJoie. He's got the wall up in turn number 4. That's the 7th yellow flag at lap 137. LaJoie had a string of good races. His first 5 races, his average finished 33rd and a half. His last 5 races, he brought that average up to 27th and showing a good bit of improvement. But now he brings out the caution flag at lap 137.
Boy, real unfortunate break for the 4 of Harvick, going a lap down after pitting under green.
Kyle Busch, your leader, had this to say.
Been vibrating the whole time. It's getting worse now. It's hard. If it gets too bad, you bring it to me.
So that vibration, now the caution flag could be a big break for Kyle.
Boy, what a night for loose wheels. I can't believe it.
Cole Witt gets the free pass. Second time for him tonight.
Well, it just makes you wonder, you know, is it something with the pit guns? Are the pit crews just trying to go that fast? Is it something going on in the wheel that's causing it to work itself loose?
Well, I don't know, but it's an incredible amount of loose wheels so far tonight.
Well, we got a little clarification from NASCAR. We just told you that Kurt Busch is on the 5-minute clock for repair to get back up to minimum speed when we go green. For hitting the wall, that is considered crash damage. What happened to Jimmy Johnson was that when he and Kurt Busch got together earlier and Johnson's tire went down, NASCAR did not know if that tire was already going down, if it went down as the result of contact. So in that case, he did not hit the wall. That was just racing. If it had been a mechanical issue to fix, that comes into play once a car has gone to the garage area. So Johnson was not subject to the damaged vehicle policy. Kurt Busch, in this case, getting up and into the wall, is.
You know, Mike, we had a number of drivers out there like Kyle Busch, Dave Blaney, Mark Truex Jr. They needed this caution. They were going to have to make a green flag stop, but I think they're all going to be coming because it's been over 30 laps since even like Kyle Larson was on pit road.
Well, let's see. Pit road will open this time. Jamie.
And they're warning Denny right now. They've been busting guys for driving through too many boxes. Be very careful. The 11 at Hamlin, his car has actually come around. He really likes it right now. And he also says that the brakes have cooled down, so it's felt a little bit better. A 4-tire stop here. They want to tighten them up, Vince.
Kyle Busch, you heard the radio from him just a moment ago talking about the vibration. He also said the car had been freeing up as it ran, so they'll make a chassis adjustment in 4 tires. Matt?
And the 78 of Truex, he was tight in the previous run, but this run much more on the free side. You can see that the racetrack has taken a change. Meanwhile, the 21 of Ryan Blaney, free on entry this run. Great battle off pit road.
There's the battle off pit road. Ryan Blaney, Denny Hamlin, Kyle Busch.
Boy, that #1 pit stall.
Boy, and he just barely.
Just barely.
I didn't think he made it, but he did.
21 laps to go in stage 2. Monster Energy Series racing on FS1 is sponsored by Injustice 2. Available Tuesday on PlayStation 4 and Xbox One. Look at this beautiful Kansas Speedway from our aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Everything they learn making tires for the grueling demands of NASCAR inspires what rolls into yours. Goodyear, official tire of NASCAR. 20 laps to go in stage 2. Larry has the tail of the tape on these pit stops.
Well, I hate to say Kyle Busch had a slow stop. Look at that, 12.2, but 11.9 by that clue Jeremy Bullins and the 21 of Ryan Blaney. But Jeff Gordon has been saying it, that #1 pit box, by virtue of sitting on the pole right there at the exit of pit road, that is making a huge difference for that team. But a good solid stop at 11.9.
Now, Dale Earnhardt Jr. also had a slow stop that time. He's back in 17th. Here is some of their team conversation.
Why the stop takes so damn long? Because they look good. I mean, I'm trying to find every little detail, and, you know, they look tight. So, all right, that's fine. Why did we have such a long stop? It felt long. Just getting used to that hammer gun, and we'll get it sped up. I guess I did ask for you to take your time.
Yes, you did.
I love it.
What Paul Bosch used to say, take your time and hurry up.
But you know what I heard there? What is the hammer gun? I guess he was just hammering those lug nuts.
No, I think that's just a new design or you know, something that they're trying out on pit road. I think a lot of the teams are going to different types of guns on pit road.
Had to get used to it, whatever it was.
You know, for the Go Bowling 400, we've heard about Darrell's exciting bowling career. How about some of our Monster Energy Series drivers on the lanes?
Highest bowling score, not very good. I haven't bowled in a long time, probably like 125 maybe.
I was lucky if I could get it over 100. I can't remember the last time I broke 100. 220-ish in high school. That matters.
It wouldn't be too far over 100. It's pretty ugly.
Probably around like 160. I'm not very good. Maybe because I got puny arms. I'm not sure.
All right, well, if one is a strike and 2 in a row is a double, we've already talked with Darrell about what 3 in a row are. And
it's a quad. 4 in a row is quad.
That'd be a turkey. 4 in a row is either a ham bone or a 4-bagger. 5 in a row is a Yahtzee, if you've ever played that family dice game. You know what that is. Yeah. And 6 in a row is, of course,
a 6-pack. Perfect.
No, a perfect game is 12 in a row.
Oh, that's perfect.
Clint Boyer in that 14 car, that's 32 laps on those tires. That's half of a fuel run. I know he's got track position, he's in clean air, but this might be a gutter ball, boys.
Hey, Larry, if you want to hear a driver whine, listen to this radio conversation. When he gets back to green.
Can you hear those tires spinning on the restart now? He's going to have to pedal it.
What were you thinking?
All right, we're going to ride and listen with Clint Boyer.
1. Right on your bumper, out back, inside. Right on your bumper, protect the top. Protect the top. Right on your bumper, 2 by 2. Protect the top. Coming middle, 3 wide, you're up top. 3 wide, you're up top. No crazy runs around you. No crazy runs here. 3 wide, nothing in front of him. 3 wide.
Whoa!
Almost 4 wide.
Whoa!
Almost 4 wide. As Denny Hamlin backed up in the high lane.
Yeah, he couldn't get off turn 2, and he backed up a lot. It caused a big traffic jam, but they worked through it for the moment.
Suarez got really loose. Going to lose a lot of spots.
And he'd been running the top 10, running pretty darn good.
That's Danica 13th, picking up spots up in the high lane around turn 2. Clint Boyer's run is kind of stabilized there. One car slow on the apron. I believe that's Carl Long coming to pit road, running his first Cup race since 2009. And he gets back up to speed. Paul Menard backing up now.
You know, I think that's just a sign of Clint Boyer feeling, hey, I need track position. I've been back here mired in traffic. I've got no air on the car. Give me some track position. Let's see what kind of race car we've got.
Menard's issue was temporary. He's going forward once again, trying to battle Reagan and Almirola at 19th.
Yeah, you know, Boyer has stabilized right there. He's not, well, I just say that here comes the 31 going by, and here comes Danica close by as well. So maybe not the greatest call in the world, but it might work out.
Chris Buescher in 13th now, right behind Patrick. And Danica going after teammate Clint Boyer for 11th.
Yellow, man. Yellow.
Turn 2.
Yellow.
Greg Gaulding, the rookie, trailing a lot of smoke out of turn 2. 8th caution flag, lap 148.
Got a lot of damage on the right side, I think, when we see the side of it.
Now, Jimmy Johnson did not get the free pass. That went to Cole Witt, but Johnson took the wave around to get back on the lead lap. On that last caution.
Man, look at that tire just shredding all over the place.
Watch for that maroon car of Gaulding.
Right there. Yeah.
And I believe Kurt Busch will be the free pass on this caution. So a nice move by Jimmy Johnson's team and Chad Knaus, who will be on Race Hub on FS1 Monday night to explain that strategy of taking the wave around, not getting tires, but taking that chance to get Jimmy back onto the lead lap when things cycled through at the next caution
we
flag.
see this all the time out of Chad Knaus. He takes gambles, and they've got a very fast race car, and so that combination allows you to take those risks, and sometimes they pay off, and certainly this time they're going to pay off big time for Jimmy Johnson. And don't be surprised if he finds his way back to the front. He's done it. He's had to pass a lot of cars tonight, but he has a very fast race car.
There's some damage up in that left rear from when that tire flew apart too. It knocked that fender well out. I don't know what else.
Jamie.
That's exactly it, DW. Chad Knaus just said, let's work on that quarter panel. Don't take any tires off at this point. And they're going to make a wedge adjustment just to help Jimmy out. But very happy with the car. There's that adjustment there. Working on the left side. Remember, he had that issue earlier on. And do we work on the right side? Don't we, Chad? Yes, we work on the right side, too, to get that car a little bit better.
Making improvements. And for the 3rd time tonight, Jimmy Johnson gets to race his way from the back to the front.
Cover those guys.
Let's get down to the Hollywood Hotel for an eBay Motors race break.
Thank you very much. And just a quick recap here. Early cautions, lap 52, Chase Elliott out of the pit box and into Michael McDowell, who's entering his pit. Chase running 4th prior to the damage, still looking for that first victory of his career. Stage 1 went to Kyle Busch, who has now led 59 laps. And then Jimmy Johnson in trouble.
That's the beginning of his problems, driving through too many pits, put him in the back. He was able to drive back through the field, though, Chris. Eric Jones sideways down in 1 and 2. But look, he's able to keep the gas down and keep it out of the outside wall, staying on the lead lap.
Jimmy Johnson and Kurt Busch in contact, and Johnson with a tire problem, and debris brings a caution.
Yeah, trouble with the right rear of that car. So definitely a issue, or excuse me, left rear for Jimmy Johnson. He's been in the back 3 times, but he's in position to charge forward again.
Yeah, and we know that Martin Truex Jr. and Kyle Busch were the ones to watch, even with Ryan Blaney starting on the pole. But you thought Jimmy Johnson, despite all those problems, was a driver that would have some success tonight. Can he overcome some of the problems we've seen?
I think 100%. His car seems to be getting better and better as the track gets cooler and cooler. The car is fast. And think about his teammate, Dale Earnhardt Jr. That car has come alive as well. So those Toyotas that are up front and the Ford of Ryan Blaney, they might have some company from those Hendrick Chevys.
Yeah, we've had 8 different winners this year and a number of guys that were long shots in this case. This track, we've never had a driver win his first Cup race on this track in Kansas. Does it lend itself more to experience?
Yeah, I think so. But you got to think of all the contenders that have had issues. Loose wheels, the contact for Jimmy Johnson. You saw Brad Keselowski have issues, a flat tire for Kurt Busch. So with all the veterans and the experienced winners having issues, maybe we could see a first-time winner.
Don't forget Thursday on FS1, Michael, a battle of the power hitters when Aaron Judge and the Yankees take on Eric Hosmer and the Kansas City Royals. Alex Rodriguez, part of that broadcast with Kevin Burkhardt. Coverage beginning Thursday at 7 Eastern on FS1, an hour pre-race show, an hour MLB whip around live afterwards with all the highlights. That's the story for the eBay Motorsports race break. Let's head back upstairs to Mike.
Thanks, Chris. Coming to 10 to go in stage 2. A lot of different strategies. Jimmy Johnson pitted under this caution. So did Landon Castle and Gray Galding. They have repaired the Corey LaJoie car, and Gray Galding. They're both back out there.
You know, watching Jimmy Johnson in that 48 car on pit road, you know, with the 5-minute crash clock, also what has went with that is you can't replace any of the body panels with either other body panels or aluminum or anything like that. But there are some pieces that NASCAR mandates you do have to race with. And when you're here at a 1.5 mile racetrack, back in that area, you have to have a deck lid and a rear spoiler, and you have to have the rear bumper. But as far as any quarter panels or anything like that, you wouldn't want to cut them off because it really hurts the aero, but it's not mandatory to have those pieces in place.
Yeah, Larry, and that includes the crush panel up inside that left rear, is that correct?
Well, the crush panel is not mandatory, but obviously you know from being a driver, Jeff, you want that crush panel in there because a lot of carbon monoxide could come in there.
Yeah, I see something hanging down under the left rear of the car, too. It's probably brake duct, but that left rear tire did a lot of damage. Knocked that crush panel out of there. That could be detrimental to the driver.
So 9.5 to go in stage 1. With Ryan Blaney, your leader. Do you have what it takes to become the next NASCAR champion? Download NASCAR Heat Mobile today on iOS and Android. We're going to have a near full moon later tonight. That is Jupiter and 4 of its moons. Jupiter has 67 of them. Ganymede is the largest.
Hey, how about my man? He knows that stuff.
It's unbelievable.
I have a lot of help. There's Ganymede, Bert, and Ernie. Jamie.
Well, on that last restart, when they all got together in a gaggle up there in the top 5, Denny Hamlin was one of them. And now he has a tire rub. The left rear is rubbing just a little bit. He said he gets into the corner fine in the 2/3 mark. It over rotates. So they're keeping an eye on it. They definitely don't want to bring him down before the end of this stage.
Got to keep him out there. 9 more laps to the end of stage 2. Been a good night for Joe Gibbs Racing, and boy, they were looking for one. And the deepest in a season for Joe Gibbs not to go to victory lane, I believe, since they made the switch to Toyota.
Boy, Mike, I just noticed in those front 2 cars, 2142, they could be teammates. Cars are painted exactly alike.
Yet totally different.
Yeah, one's a Chevy, one's a Ford.
One's got a target on it.
Got that target on the hood, yeah. But they just noticed the color of them are just pretty close to the same.
Ryan Blaney yesterday became the 12th different driver to win a pole for the Wood brothers, and that list includes superstars and Hall of Famers of this sport. It's a very elite group that Ryan Blaney joined here yesterday. Let's see if he can pull off a win in stage 2. It'll be 8 laps to go when we go green as they approach the Geico restart zone. Green flag. Logano way down to the bottom.
Oh yeah, into almost to the grass.
Almost.
But Casey Kane's fighting back.
Stage points to the top 10 right now. Newman's 31 in 10th place. Blaney scoots out from this pack.
That 21 car, when the sun went down, that thing came alive. That car is right on the bottom, runs that white line. It really looks good.
Yeah, you know, that track temperature has gone down about 30 degrees since the start of this race. That's why the things are changing so much, so rapidly with these cars.
Whatever happened, though, it suits that 21 car to a T, because he's just scooting away from the 42 Marshall.
Look at that track temp, down 24 degrees from the start of this race. Oh, smoker into turn number 3, down the back straightaway. And let's see what happens here. Is that Galding again? And we stay green for right now.
Some Blaney or Newman here.
Yeah, it looks like maybe a tire down.
Got to be the way he's falling back.
6 to go in the stage.
Oh, he blew up.
He blew up.
Wow.
Said it blew up.
He was 9th. Want to let go for Ryan Newman. Here's a look.
Mike, that's a while, because how many times we hardly ever see engines blow up anymore.
No smoke.
No.
Wow, close call there for Trevor Bayne. Let's listen in.
Oh wow, just shut off.
Oh, you just hear it though.
Thanks to Ryan Newman in the 31 for carrying our Coca-Cola onboard camera. I'm afraid it's going to be a short night for Newman.
Boy, that thing just seized up and stopped.
Yes, sir.
4 to go in stage 2. Pass for 5th place here, perhaps. 4th McMurray, 5th Kyle Busch. We'll watch this and check with Vince.
Well, tires are gold down here. There are some teams that only have a couple of sets or maybe even 3 sets of stickers. Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s team on that last stop at lap 139 actually put on 9-lap scuffs so they could save back a 4th set of sticker tires. So they'll be real happy when they get to the end of this 2nd stage and can put stickers back on it.
Vince, I've been sitting here thinking the same thing. They only have 9 sets of tires, including what they started the race on. And I'm already watched some teams use 5 to 6 sets. In fact, Dale Earnhardt Jr., including what he started the race on, he's on his 6th set right now, and that's even including that set of scuffs he put on.
Interesting strategy. 2 laps to go. Blaney in command. 4th place the battle, McMurray.
Where did McMurray come from?
Yeah, well, what happened to the 18 car? I mean, he was up there leading the race a little bit ago, and now he's struggling.
He's back to 5th. Logano and Patrick and Suarez fighting for the last point. 10th place.
And buddy, they are fighting for that 10th place.
Yeah, this is a track she finished in the top 10 here a couple years ago, 2-3 years ago. So this is a track that Danica likes. I just think the 1 car has come to life here on the top. I think that these changing track conditions and cooling down, his car is really good up top.
Well, Blaney, I tell you, leading the race right here, coming to the end of the stage. He's bad fast.
Ryan Blaney, your stage 2 winner for the Wood brothers and Ford. Kyle Larson 2nd. Truex, McMurray, and Kyle Busch. Hamlin, Kane, Kenseth, Eric Jones, and Logano beat Suarez for the final stage point by 0.2 of a second.
Get a big thumbs up. Get ready to rock and roll. 267 laps. Ready. Green. Well, brother, got to work hard. Get back up there. Get position. Get a good finish.
Tell me who the fastest cars are, please.
21, 78, 18. Got in the wall.
Anthony Castle.
That was close.
Beautiful night sky here in Kansas across the Great Plains.
Red sky at night, Mike.
Yeah, cloudless sky. And look at this jewel of a speedway, one of NASCAR's newest. We've had a competitive race tonight. Only had 5 leaders. But Brian Blaney has won the pole and has now won stage 2, his 3rd stage win of the season.
This is reminiscent of Texas when this car was so dominant down there. Then they had a little bit of a weird strategy in the second stage. But tonight, if they can keep it together, this is the car to beat.
You know, we've seen a lot of trouble on pit road this year and tonight. And I just want to clarify one thing on the 88. There's 2 different types of guns that they're using, a clutch gun and a hammer gun. The hammer gun's one we've seen for years. A lot of these teams are going that clutch gun. Jamie?
And Jamie McMurray's done great on mile-and-a-half tracks all year, finished top 10, doing it again tonight, running in the top 5. You see the tear out there, a little trouble, a 4-tire stop for him. His teammate, the 42, said he just isn't as fast as the 21, needs a little help with the balance, Vince.
A little bit of a slow stop for the 18 last time. We'll see if they can speed it up here. Kyle Busch says he's just chattering the front tires on exit, so a chassis adjustment at 4, Matt.
21 continues to get better. Air pressure change to try to tighten up that Ford. Meanwhile, the 78 just said, look at the right side. A little tug on the fender when he got in the fence.
Brian Blaney handily wins the race off pit road from Kyle Larson and Kyle Busch, who picks up 2. Martin Truex gives back 1. Hey Ryan, Mike Joy in the Fox Sports booth. Boy, you guys are really hitting it tonight.
Yeah, thanks. I think we've had a pretty good car, and we've been able to work on it, get a little bit better. So I think the track's still changing. You know, we're still working our stuff. Everybody else is too. So just keep it up. See what we can do.
Do you have any idea how long it's been since a driver won his first pole and his first race on the same weekend?
I don't know, and I really don't want to think about that. I really just want to think about my job at age right now.
I understand. Well, good luck to you. I'll give you a hint. DW was in high school last time it happened. Good luck.
Appreciate it.
Bold 250 also.
104 laps to go in Kansas in the Go Bowling 400. We got a Saturday night stock car shootout in the Great Plains. 102 laps to go in Kansas. Let's check with Larry Mack at our Ford Performance Cutaway car.
You know, Mike, we've seen a lot of drivers have a flat tire tonight, but they were able to get back to pit road. And the reason is, at a speedway like here at Kansas, we run the inner liner. And that's this tire that's right here. It's basically a tire within a tire. People ask me all the time, how come we don't run that inner liner at short tracks like Richmond, Martinsville, or road course? It actually creates a little more heat, and you already have a lot of heat, but boy, it saves some guys here at a place like Kansas.
Sure does at these speeds. We've seen 207 miles an hour during practice and qualifying into turn one. And now we're going to see Kurt Busch alongside Ryan Blaney for this restart, because Kurt, who got the lucky dog one caution ago, did not stop. Back on the lead lap and up front. Here they come to the Geico restart zone, stage 3, and we'll run to the finish. Green flag.
Whoa. That was close.
Yes.
Well, it didn't take long for them to get 3 wide on Kurt Busch going into 1.
Larson with Truex on the bottom. Now Larson to the top.
Yeah,
he's got company.
Truex got that inside. He was on that white line. That thing's hooking the bottom pretty good right now. He could give, I think that 78 might have a little something for the 21, because he's running the same line as the 21 was, and he's been hooking that bottom and going somewhere, and here comes the 78.
Casey Kane in the mix, 5th place.
Yeah, 5 to Casey Kane. He's got a really strong car tonight.
Kane's another one of those cars that can hook that bottom, get down on that white line, and it really is working good for him right now.
Blaney your leader, Truex second, Larson and Kyle Busch, Casey Kane, Kurt Busch, and McMurray. 98 laps to go. How about a Saturday night super speedway? Fox NASCAR, crank it up.
Inside, very bottom, high if you want. 14's with a run on the top. 2 of them right here. Come on, outside. Still there. And still bumper. Clear, clear. Inside, very bottom. Rim to the middle. Got one more in the middle. To the 11. All clear. See when you get over there. Outside corner, on the corner. Gonna be coming to your outside. Outside, outside, outside. Control, quarter. Yeah, down there working the bottom one. Just use that momentum. See you in the morning. Try to come back here. They're all the way up, all the way. good. You're good. Come on with it. Come on. Come on. Perfect. They're not beating you on entry. They're beating you rolling the center a little bit now. Keep playing with it, brother. Very bottom, 48. Very bottom. All clear, clear. 40s aren't bad, man, for where we're at, you know.
90 laps to go. Ryan Blaney in front of Martin Truex by 0.4 of a second, but Truex is starting to close.
Yeah, it's what I'm seeing. The lap times are a little bit quicker on the 78. He's really made some huge gains the last couple of laps. He's going to be on Ryan Blaney's back bumper here very, very quickly.
Dale Earnhardt Jr., Danica Patrick, 12th place. And for tonight's Liberty Mutual spotter coverage, we're going to go back to the last restart and revisit Clint Boyer and his spotter Brett Griffin and see how Brett helped Clint worry less with Liberty Mutual Insurance spotter coverage.
1. Green, real good. Dig, 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 dig. 48 behind you likes the rim ride on some of these restarts. 2 by 2, clear low if you want it. Clear low if you want it. Coming back inside a little bit. Inside, inside. Clear high inside.
And that's how Brett Griffin helped Clint Boyer worry less. Up front, Martin Truex has tried it, couldn't pull it off. Now he comes off turn 2.
Yeah,
right alongside.
Yeah,
looks like Blaney.
Truex a little bit better right now, Jeff. 78 cars really picked it up.
Yeah, I thought Blaney was going to really battle the 78 of Truex like he did the lap before that. Truex got inside of him, but Blaney just really ran down deep in the corner on the outside of him and was able to maintain the lead. Definitely Truex is a lot better down here in 1 and 2 in the lane that Blaney was running before. You can see a little wiggle coming out of that 21 of Blaney. He's driving for all it's worth right now to try to get that lead back.
Yeah, he moved his line. He moved up the track and to see if that helped.
Well, we've talked about how some teams are managing their limited inventory of new tires. How about Blaney, Matt?
Larry Mack touched on the trend of what we're seeing on pit road, teams going through those tires. And what you're seeing here in the 21 pit, Ryan Flores, who's the front changer, it's a common theme up and down pit road. Everyone is held accountable. So now in 2017 NASCAR, the changers glue their own lugs. And right now they've got 3 sets of stickers in the 21 pit. Ryan Flores, the front changer, they're gluing up 1 more set here in the back of the pit for the 21.
A lot of work goes into that. And let's check in on Kevin Harvick, currently 5th, 3.6 seconds back. That's Kyle Busch just ahead.
Guys, think about Kevin Harvick. He pitted under green at lap 135. The caution came out. He went a lap down. And he, like Jimmy Johnson, took the wave around on that caution, and now he's back on sync as far as his tires that's on that 4 car, and there he is in the 5th spot.
Jamie?
And Denny Hamlin in the 11, he's been running top 10 all night, worked his way up into the top 5, had a tire rub earlier, then they pitted, and then he thought he had a vibration. He's keeping an eye on it. His crew was ready up on the wall. Now they're kind of relaxed, but he's definitely watching that vibration.
Hamlin in 8th, right behind Jamie Mack. Slow car in turn 2. I believe that's a car that just came off pit road. It's Derek Cope down on the apron. Keep it right here with 84 laps to go in the Go Bowling 400. 78 laps to go. Martin Truex leading Ryan Blaney by 2.4 seconds. Let's look at tonight's Credit One Bank ones to watch.
It's been 215 races since the Wood brothers have gone to victory lane, and that was with another young driver. Trevor Bay in the 2011 Daytona 500. I think tonight Ryan Blaney might get his first win again with the Wood brothers.
Jeff, Kyle Busch won this race a year ago, but it's been 26 races since he's been to victory lane. They may be an adjustment or two off right now, but I think they can get that 18 to victory lane.
Kevin Harvick won the race here last fall. Kevin Harvick's running really good. He's finished in the top 5 of the last 7 races. Watch that 4 car.
I like Kyle Larson, not because he's finished second in all 3 mile-and-a-half races so far this year, not because he's been top 5 in both stages tonight, but because he's a dirt racer. He knows how to move around on the track, find the groove when it's right. He'll move around and move to victory lane.
Martin Truex led more than half of this race last year. A weird mechanical problem kept him from winning. He's led the most laps tonight. Does this track owe him one? He was the co-favorite coming in tonight with Joey Logano at 5-1. Here's the morning line.
I went with the long shot.
The drivers we took.
But you know what, you mentioned Joey Logano, and he had trouble, you know, and he got behind there. But right now he's fought his way back into top 10. He's running 9th. Right. So nice recovery for that 22 car.
Jeff Gordon, Darrell Waltrip, both of you won your first Cup race on a weekend where you also won the pole.
Well, it was Mother's Day weekend, May 1975 for me, Nashville, Tennessee, my home track. Yep. And it's one I won't forget.
Turn 1, trouble. 2 cars in the wall. Paul Menard with A.J. Allmendinger. And caution is out at lap 194.
Well, I got to see this over again because that didn't look right.
You can definitely see left front damage on the 47 of Allmendinger, right side damage to the 27 of Paul Menard.
Now they were on the lead lap fighting for 27th place. We catch up to this a little bit in progress, and you're going to see them in the upper right corner. Wow, already.
Yeah. When I looked at this one, I saw they were hooked together, and I'm not sure how they got that way, but they were definitely running. They definitely run into each other.
Sure, if Allmendinger had some of that damage from earlier, and you can see the left front is locked up on Menard's car, not turning. Not sure if Menard hit the wall first and then Allmendinger got into him, or if they collided and then hit the wall.
When I looked up, they were just like running over each other, but I don't know who did what. I couldn't tell.
And Paul Menard chose not to come down pit road the last time, but this thing might be on fire by the time he gets to pit road.
Now they were both on the lead lap. Yikes.
Look at that.
I wonder if there's going to be any suspension left by the time he gets to pit road.
I don't think so.
Oh. Pits will be open this time. Landon Castle will get the free pass. Second time tonight for him. Oh, the right front is all messed up. That car is not coming back.
Sparks, they can fix the sparks, but I don't think they can fix that right front.
I don't think so. Like he lost a lower control arm.
I hope they got the fire extinguisher ready.
Yep. Menard makes it back. And here come the leaders. Here they come. Jamie.
And Kyle Larson said, we're not bad. We're a 3rd to 5th place car at this point. I don't really know what to do to make it better. And Chad Johnston, his crew chief, said, heck, with the backup car, if we can finish 3rd, we'll be happy. But let's keep working. A 4-tire stop and tear off for Larson. Vince?
Kyle Busch says the car is just too loose. He can't get into the corner, and it's particularly bad when he's in the wake of the car in front of him. So they're going to give him a chassis adjustment, 4 tires, and some security, he hopes, Matt.
Ryan Blaney goes around the 78 of Truex. Kevin Harvick said his car could run just about any lane, but too loose, center to exit. Truex, no changes for him. Meanwhile, you can see a slight adjustment on the 21 of Blaney. He just needed more security.
You know, Truex might have been first off pit road, but he would have had to get around Blaney to do that. Ryan Blaney back to the lead, again, in large part because of that first pit stall.
I just like the way that team's operating tonight. They got their head is in the game. They're making great calls. Jeremy Bullen's got a great car tonight, and they're really running a good race.
Talked to Eddie Woods, bumped into him this week in Winston-Salem, and he said, I love the way my young driver is handling himself. He is going for it. We've got to not make mistakes. If we can have a mistake-free night, we can end up front.
Well,
they're going to end up front.
Yeah. They certainly have a superstar of a race car driver behind the wheel. They're giving them a great race car. And tonight, that #1 pit stall and that pit crew, giving them everything that they need. That's why I picked him.
Well,
good pick.
All right, full disclosure, you got to pick first.
That's right.
I gave you.
You gave me Truex. I get it.
No.
That's okay.
I rolled the dice. I wanted the guy that won there last fall.
Well, next Saturday night, we're back on FS1 with a very special NASCAR event.
It's time for the NASCAR Monster Energy Series All-Star Race, and all your favorite drivers will be duking it out under the lights for glory, renown, and, oh yeah, the $1 million prize. With this much on the line, anything can happen, and you won't want to miss a second. Coverage starts at 4 p.m. Eastern on FS1.
25th anniversary of One Hot Night, and Charlotte Motor Speedway, they're throwing out all the stops to make it a big night for the fans. Discount ticket packages and all. Hope you'll join us at the All-Star Race next Saturday night, or be right here with us on FS1.
Mike, our pit reporters, they have been all over this, but it's getting interesting on this tire strategy because we still have 71 laps to go. You're going to have to make at least one more pit stop. And I know some of these teams are gluing up scuff tires, but most teams are laying there only with 2 more sets of stickers. I look at Kyle Larson in that 42 car right there. He's made an additional trip to pit road to change 4 tires. He may only have 1 set left. Goodyear NASCAR, how they decide how many sets of teams to allow the teams is based on past history. We've been here 6 times to Kansas for the spring race. We have never had more than 9 cautions. This is our 10th caution already with 71 laps to go.
Yeah, Larry, we've never been here with stages before, though, either, have we?
And that makes a difference.
Sure does. Here's your Busch race summary with 71 laps to go. Ryan Blaney, your race leader for the Wood brothers, the first of 29 lead lap cars. Only 6 different leaders tonight, 12 lead changes. As Larry pointed out, 10 cautions for 43 laps so far. Kyle Busch and Ryan Blaney at the top of the screen have those green checkerboards that indicate that they have won our first 2 stages.
Mike, I don't know if you noticed or not, but up there on the pit box with Jeremy Bullen, so his young lady, Andrea Mueller, and she's the lead engineer for that 21 car, which is, you don't see a lot of ladies down there working in the pits, but she's calling all the shots, or helping call all the shots.
Started with Team Penske in 2007. And here's a look at Kansas Speedway from our Goodyear aerial coverage. Everything they learned making tires for the grueling demands of NASCAR inspires what rolls into yours from Goodyear, official tire of NASCAR. We will restart with 27 lead lap cars. And the only cars out of the race, Derek Cope, Gray Gaulding, and Ryan Newman. Here are your Toyota top performers. Martin Truex, Kyle Busch, between them, they have led 135 laps tonight. Denny Hamlin in 5th, Daniel Suarez, Eric Jones, all on the lead lap.
Really nice job by the rookies, Suarez and Jones. They're both hanging in there pretty tough tonight. Suarez had a nice run tonight. Finished at running 12th.
Eric Jones at work as we get ready for the restart, which will come with 69 to go. Blaney on the outside of Truex. Green flag in the air.
This is where we've seen Blaney just shoot off of turn 2 and get clear and get the lead.
Yeah, it looked like Truex was trying to hold him up a little high, getting in the corner, and maybe take that advantage away.
Well, that worked out perfect for Truex. He was able to just get to the quarter panel of the 21. Watch out for Larson coming with that crossover.
Well, he had a full head of steam, but the bumper of Blaney and the right side of Kyle Busch's car was in his way.
Getting crowded up there in the front right now with the 42. Oh,
whoa,
trouble. Big trouble.
Crash. Danica Patrick and Joey Logano.
Oh, man.
And Eric Almirola.
Holy smoly.
Oh, heavy damage there on Danica.
Those cars are killed.
And Almirola piling in at the last second and going up in the air. Patrick
Danica's
quickly out of her car.
Boy, she's out in a hurry.
Woo. No kidding, the thing was on fire.
And looking rather upset. Joey Logano's car is not going to make it back to the garage. Neither is Eric Almirola. The window net down on both of those cars. Signal to the safety crews the driver is okay. Now Patrick and Logano were 11th and 12th. Almirola was back in 23rd. Cars stopped at the entrance of turn 1.
Let's see what happened here, guys.
Oh man, it looked like the 22 just got loose.
I think that.
Oh man,
what
a ride that Danica went on.
Danica took a heck of a ride into the wall, and then the 43 just plowed in there.
Yeah, he had nowhere to go. I think he committed to the outside lane. Pretty big impact by the 43. As you could see, Almirola sitting in his car. He hadn't quite gotten out of the car yet.
Eric Jones right behind them, right behind Logano.
Oh, something
wow,
broke.
something happened on that 22.
Something had to break.
Keep coming here. There you go.
22 violently turned left right into Danica.
Top is good.
Oh, right front.
Right front. Yeah, I saw it blow the fender up.
I think that was a brake rotor.
Are you thinking what?
Yeah, and that's why it turned left. I think that disintegrated the right front brake rotor. Right as he went to the brakes, you saw it come through the hood. And what did that do? It just turned the car to the left because all it had was left front brake.
It turned it dead left. I know that.
Patrick went for a wild ride and then got pounded again by Almirola.
Mike, remember Joey Logano complained about his brakes early in the race.
Well, he
Right,
made
Larry.
a nice recovery, Larry. Got himself back up here in the top 10 or 12 and had a pretty good car, looked like. Boy, this is huge right there. Look at that car come up off the ground. That's a heck of an impact.
The rear axle almost come out of, or the rear end housing almost come out of that car, the 43.
Now, Almirola was a good 10 spots behind this.
Yeah, he must have thought those cars were going to come down the track. I'm not sure what he was thinking.
See how.
That's big right there, but then what's that?
That's why Danica jumped out so fast. Look at all the flames. Big fire there. All she could see was flames. She knew she needed to get out of that car as soon as she possibly could.
Wow.
It looked like the 43 it just got super loose, or maybe there were some fluids.
Jeff, I saw debris back there. I think Almirola ran over something that prevented him from turning that car down the
You can see he
racetrack.
was just in a big slide.
She's had a frustrating season.
She has. And I think when she sees what, I don't think Joey did anything wrong. I think he had a mechanical failure that caused this.
But boy, that was a scary ride that Danica went through. The way, I mean, you're at one of the highest speed parts of the racetrack, how it turns it to the right, sends it straight into the wall.
Now Eric Almirola is still in the car catching his breath. He dropped the window net to signal he was okay, removed his helmet. But he's taken a little time to compose himself here as the safety workers wait.
Mike has a big impact, buddy.
That was a hard impact. But I did see a debris field behind Danica's car. And I think it's reasonable to assume that he ran over something, wasn't able to cut that car down to the racetrack, down low on the racetrack.
I agree, Mike. And when you see that car hit as hard as it did and the back of the car comes up in the air, that's just a huge lick, a huge impact. Those cars are all three just destroyed.
That is a very somber look at what happens when things go wrong at 200 miles per hour. Safety workers assisting Eric Almirola, who we could see was conscious and talking to the workers inside the race car. The AMR medical crew, new this year to NASCAR, along with the Speedway rescue crew. Looks like they're going to do some surgery on the roof of that car to aid in him climbing out.
It was just an incredible snap when he hit those cars, and to see the car come off the ground like that, I can't tell you how much energy that takes to make those cars come up, get that car up in the air like that.
Especially when you see the rear end housing and the drive shaft, you have to remember, is connected to that, which connects up to the engine. When you see that violently moving like that,
that's huge.
You know, there's possibility that could be making some kind of contact with you know, where the seat's mounted and other areas inside the cockpit as well.
The roll cage, the 6 or 7 point harness system for Almirola. The helmet with its tether to the head and neck support, which helps with a frontal impact. And Eric continues to talk to the safety crew. So he is conscious, alert, participating with them, but because of deformation to the roll cage, they're going to take some action here to aid in his being able to get out of the car. Logano's car first slid slightly right and then violently turned to the left. And you will see that by the time Eric Almirola gets to this, his car is sliding out of control.
So if we can go back and look, it's back here. Here he is, way back here.
And he's trying to get slowed down. He sees that. And the car just goes into a slide. It just sort of a controlled slide, but unfortunately sending him right in to the cars, you know, that are in this crash, to the 10, the 22. You see that rear end housing?
Yeah.
How violent that was.
It's such a snap. I mean, you just a frontal impact like that, and the driver is pushed forward immediately. It just snaps you.
And by the time he got near them, there was certainly enough debris on the racetrack that could have cut one of his tires and prevented him from cutting that car to the bottom.
I mean, in watching this, I just have to believe that rear end housing, maybe the drive shaft came disconnected and protruded or caused some kind of heavy damage or impact inside that cockpit.
Yeah, it could be, Jeff, but I just think that sudden impact where you're head on like that,
yeah,
it just puts your body in such a position it just snaps you.
The side headrests and the head and neck restraint are designed to work in a frontal crash, a straight ahead frontal crash, and he did hit Logano at a substantial angle. So you see he's got the net down before he's even come to a halt. So it appears Eric has been conscious throughout this entire time and speaking with and helping the rescuers.
And these safety workers, they are trained to do these kinds of things, and they don't want to take any. They take every precaution to get that driver out of the car without him having to put his body in any compromising position.
And in these types of situations, if there is an injury, this prevents any further injuries from happening.
They want to get a backboard down in there and secure everything. It's just like an injury on a football field or anything else. These guys know what they're doing. They work at this constantly. They've been trained to situations like this. I've seen them practice trying to get drivers out of cars.
So once again, Eric Almirola is awake and alert and talking with the rescue team on site as they work on cutting roll cage bars and perhaps removing the roof to be able to get him out of that car.
Most likely that's what they'll have to do to get down in there where he can get him out, where they can get him out without any without compromising anything. Remember, these seats, they are custom fit. They are molded to your body. And so you almost got to be a contortionist to get in and out of one of these things these days. And so that's where that's why they're taking these precautions that they are.
Looks like they're getting ready to peel the windshield back.
Because they just want a clear path, a way to get him out of the car. They're just trying to cut the car away to where they get a clear path with him come up out of the car.
This is all happening at the exit of turn 2 at the outside wall, where that car came to rest after a violent collision with Joey Logano and Danica Patrick, who had crashed together going into turn number 1.
Well, Mike, look where he ended up. The wreck's back here in the middle of 1 and 2, and Eric's car is over on the back straightaway.
Yeah, he rode the wall and scrubbed off speed for a good quarter of a mile after that initial impact.
Yeah, one thing you didn't see was the car come to a stop, which would typically say that the brakes are working. I'm pretty sure either he wasn't able to get the car slowed down with the brake pedal, or there were no brakes on the car.
Yeah, they'll just pull this roof back out of the way. That way they can reach down in there and pull him straight up out of the car. We saw this at Talladega where the car was on its roof, and these guys were trained to how to lay that car back and get that car back up on its wheels without doing anything violent to upset the driver inside the car. They got a system to do that now. They got a system to get the driver out of the car when he needs help like this. I'm impressed with the safety workers that we have these days.
Absolutely. There's Danica's car being hauled back. And once again, we want to stress that Eric Almirola is awake and alert and communicating with the rescue personnel on the scene who are working to remove him from that car.
Well, and I think also, Larry, you might chime in about the foot box and all the things that they've done to these cars to make them safer inside as well.
There's the inside of Joey Logano's car.
I'm still really anxious to hear from Joey Logano and hear his explanation of what caused this wreck, because it was pretty clear as he went into turn 1, the car just turned left right into Danica Patrick's right rear.
Yeah, definitely made a sharp left.
You're riding with Joey.
Watch up on the right front. Right there, a piece went through the hood, and then the car turned left. Nothing he could do at that point.
Here's what Joey said.
The first big, whatever it was. Danica, all right?
And that's the thing, you know, as a driver, when something like that happens, you see what an impact it is. You see what you know has gone on, and you instantly, once you know you're okay, you want to know how others are. And he knew he made heavy contact to Danica and sent her nose into the wall, and then the car went airborne and spun around, caught on fire.
See the damage at both ends to Danica's car, and all the front sheet metal is gone, and the engine ended up where? Wow.
It's in there.
It's back in there.
It's
just shoved it back in, up in the car. There's the backboard that they want to get down in there and get Eric secured to.
Quite honestly, they figured out toward the end of the season that was not the best path for them to take. They've kind of reversed field here in 2017 and begun getting a lot more help from Roush Fenway Racing. And from
So we're assuming that the use of the backboard here for Eric Almirola is precautionary. And there you see him again, awake, alert, talking to the rescue workers, and they're, you know, just taking every precaution. Most of the drivers use carbon fiber seats now. Some still use an aluminum seat, but these seats are engineered both for comfort and for the ability to attenuate impact and minimize the possibility of injury. They're a far, far cry from the step van seats that used to be used 25, 30 years ago. This is an engineered solution to driver comfort and safety that's employed now, and these seats have to be certified by SFI, both the seats and the foams that are used for padding.
Yeah, when you have an impact like that, Mike, it stuns you. It's like taking a huge hit right in the gut. And so Eric's communicating with those guys and telling them what he's feeling, I'm sure, but he's not even sure if, you know, what if he has any problems or not, because he's in such a situation here from the impact.
And I don't know the supplier to his seat, but they are very structurally sound these days because of that certification process. There's a sled test process that they go through to get certified. They can withstand you know, heavy impact in many different directions. Also, the way they're mounted in the cars these days of just what they are capable of handling.
Yeah, I think you're the most vulnerable, just like what we saw there in a head-on collision. The seats have got side impact, you know, all kind of headrests and everything else. The Hans device certainly saves you you know, keeps your neck from snapping. But those head-on collisions are the ones that really take their toll.
And head-on with an angle.
Yeah.
As he did hit Joey at an angle, I think that's probably even more worrisome than a direct head-on crash where the Hans device would be of most use. Certainly it is a big help in this situation as well.
Yeah, see, they're able to get him out of the car. And
first time next weekend in Charlotte. And Steve Post, I imagine crew chiefs are already kind of sitting around planning how we're going to use that.
Onto the gurney and then to the ambulance. And so all of our well wishes are with Eric Almirola. And once again, we want to stress that he is awake and alert and communicating with the rescue personnel at the scene.
And the other thing, Mike, you got your foot on the brake and you got your leg extended, pushing hard on that brake. So that's another area that you can have a problem.
Conventional wisdom says that they would save it to the end, but we know with these crew chiefs and we know how they operate. Conventional wisdom is something that doesn't necessarily apply because if everyone does the same thing, you're always going to see the spot. The DPD did some of those drivers practice there, but I'm shouting at the practice session. Last year would be a little bit different, and you can see how they fair, how they wanted it fair, and what they do along the way. So it is going to be amazing to see how those drivers do.
So Eric Almirola from Tampa, Florida, being helped into the ambulance after this extremely hard 3-car pileup down in turn number 1. Joey Logano and Danica Patrick running 11th and 12th crashed in turn 1 after something appeared to break on Logano's car. Eric Almirola was about 10 positions back, came through the debris field and slid into them. We'll get further updates from the care center as they become available. Jamie Little.
And Joey Logano, the first to be checked and released there. First off, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. Just saying prayers for Eric right now. It's a lot of us took a hard hit, and just something broke in my car. I don't know what it was. I noticed it as I was going in and tried to back off, but you're going 215 and it's hard to check up, and the car just took a big step sideways into the corner and hooked Danica, and I haven't seen a replay yet. I don't know what happened, but I guess here it is now. But you can see the right front pops or something right there, and then it took a hard left, and I just hope everyone's okay. I hope Eric's all right. It's the last thing you want to see is a big hit like that from anyone. So it's unfortunate for everybody. Let's hope Eric's all right.
Joey, did you have any indication, was anything happening with just the handling of your car leading up to that point?
Just, yeah, out of nowhere. Just, oh my God. Just out of nowhere. Everything was fine, and then it just took a hard one. Ooh. Yeah, I hope and pray for Eric right now.
Have you had a chance to talk to Danica at all?
Yeah, we rode back in the car, in the ambulance together, and we just, I can just tell her something broke. I hate that I'm the part of it that started it. There's nothing I could have done. I don't know what happened, but like I said, something broke and just tore up a lot of really good cars.
All right, thanks. I'm glad you're okay, Joey. Mike?
Thanks, Jamie. Joey Logano checked and released from the infield care center. We hope to hear from Danica Patrick shortly, and we'll give you information on Eric Almirola as it becomes available to us. We'll be right back. Red flag out at Kansas. The cars are parked near the entrance of turn number 1, just short of the debris field, where cleanup continues from turn 1 all the way through the exit of turn number 2, where Eric Almirola's car came to rest. We've heard from Joey Logano. Danica Patrick we should have shortly after release from the care center, and we'll provide updates on Eric Almirola as soon as they become available to us. Let's check in at the Hollywood Hotel. Chris?
All right, thanks, Mike. And the crews, everybody concerned about Eric Almirola, and still 67 laps to go. If you tuned in a little bit late, Kyle Busch winning stage 1 in this race. He's led the second most laps. Jimmy Johnson driving through too many pit stops and got him in trouble here.
Yeah, a lot of trouble for Jimmy Johnson. You can see contact into the left rear tire there, cut it down. Johnson goes onto pit road and goes a lap down.
Loose wheels a problem for several cars. Ricky Stenhouse, the Talladega winner last week, Brad Keselowski, they both went a couple laps down. They worked their way back on the lead lap, though, afterwards. And Ryan Blaney, the pole sitter, winning stage 2. And then moments ago, 68 laps to go. And you heard the speeds that we've been hearing, you know, in qualifying, over 210 miles per hour in the corners here, and something went wrong on Joey Logano's car. Michael, watching the interview with him, he was visibly shaken when Joey Logano was watching these replays and seeing what he was involved in.
This is Eric Jones. You're going to look ahead and just see Logano's car veer left, broke a right front rotor. I would guess something in the right front blew up, went through the tire, and he was out of control. And then Eric Almirola, remember, Chris, you said it, speeds upwards of 205 miles an hour into the corner. Eric had committed to the high side. There was no way he could get to the bottom in time, and made contact. And you talked about Logano being visibly upset. He was upset before he saw the replays because it was so violent. He knew as hard as he hit, there's a chance that someone could be hurt severely. And with Eric not being to the care center yet, he was concerned about Eric. And then when he watched those replays, I think all of us are just in awe of the way that 43 car flew up in the air and the housing dropping out of the bottom of the wheel wells. It was just a terrible crash.
And on his radio, Joey Logano, you heard him right away react. I hope Danica's okay, when he knew that he ran into her, and he rode over in the ambulance, as he said, with Danica Patrick. And it appears that Danica and Joey Logano seem to be doing okay, and we're following Eric Almirola as he was taken away by the staff, as you saw him removed from the car, and we'll keep a close watch on him and any word that we get regarding his condition. You're watching NASCAR live from Kansas here on FS1.
David Reagan, Andy Kessel, 23rd. position. He started outside of the top 30.
Danica Patrick released from the Care Center. That's Eddie Jarvis from Tony Stewart and Gene Haas Racing, as she is released from the Care Center. Joey Logano's gone back to the garage to debrief with his team after this grinding 3-car pileup down in turn 1. Here's Jamie.
Well, despite the big impact, Danica, yeah, a little smile on your face there. Looks like you're feeling okay, are you?
No, I'm not at all. I feel absolutely horrible. I just don't understand. I just don't understand why so much bad luck happens. But besides that, I actually feel physically fine, and I was over there showing the doctor that my sprained ankle was just fine. And the laughter is merely just, what can I do but laugh about it? Like a rotor on a track we're braking with 200 pounds of brake pressure, 300 pounds of brake pressure. I mean, why? What else can I say? On the other hand, I was having a really good night, and that's what makes me the most mad, is that every time I'm doing better, something stupid happens, and it's just killing me. Like, I don't know any other way to say it. Kind of felt like Wonder Woman, though, at least tonight for a little while.
Well, you definitely look like it, running top 10 there for a while, and you had to ride in the ambulance next to Joey. I know you hadn't seen the replays by that point, but what did you say to him?
Oh, well, I got out of the car and I walked that direction, but I'm careful to not walk towards the track because I have been fined for that before, so I walked towards that direction. And when I saw him, I said, I'm not sure if it was you, but I'm pretty, figured, you imagination of what words I use, pretty sure it was you. And then he said it was a failure of some sort, which didn't really make me feel any better in that moment. But it was him, so I was at least right. At least in the medical center, they can know neurologically and cognitively that I'm doing just fine. They asked me what day it was tomorrow, and I was smart. I said Mother's Day.
Smart. I'm glad that you're okay, and Joey was concerned about your health and your well-being.
Well, I hope Eric's okay. He's definitely feeling the worst of everybody, and so, this is, NASCAR does everything they can to make our cars as safe as possible, but, things happen, and his car looked the least damaged of all of ours, to be honest. And that's kind of what I said at the end before I walked out, is I'm like, one of these times these accidents aren't going to go good for me. They are all big, and I've been very fortunate so far, but one of these times it's not going to go well.
Thank you, Danica, and we're waiting some word on Eric Almirola. Mike, as soon as we get it, we will get it to you guys.
Thanks, Jamie. Appreciate that. Danica was having a really good night. She was competitive. She was battling in the top dozen spots for most of the night. And, yeah, she was having a Wonder Woman kind of night.
Yeah, she was. Good run going for her.
Now, the brake rotor, Danica questions, Larry, why this would happen at a track where you don't use a lot of brake. But if I recall correctly, this is not the first instance of brake rotor issues that Team Penske has had this year.
No, it didn't. But Mike, I listened to some of the drivers that's complained about brake issues, and Joey Logano was one of them. Denny Hamlin, Austin Dillon, Clint Boyer, and I go back to the conversation Jeff and Darrell and I had earlier. You're using more brake here than normal simply because of this aero package, and Joey Logano talked about it, how fast you go off in the corner, and you're running faster now than you were last year just simply because the straightaway speed is greater.
There's Clint Boyer as we're back under the yellow flag. His team is concerned about brakes.
To me, on that 22, it looked like a rotor exploded. Yeah, that's what hate to say this, but I've been worried about mine the whole race. Harder on the brakes for some reason. I hope, like hell, I don't see the throttle traces Monday and kick myself, but...
What he means by that is he driving in the corner too hard. That's when you throttle trace. He wants to see what that looks like on Monday. Maybe he feels like maybe he's overdriving the car and having to use too much brake.
Well, I mentioned earlier, I saw some glowing rotors. You could see those pieces flying through the hood right there. I got to believe that is coming from a rotor. Now, what may have caused that, not really sure. But we saw glowing rotors on the 3 car of Austin Dillon earlier, and others complained about brakes. So certainly something is going on with these cars and causing them to use more brakes or not have enough cooling on them.
I think it's a combination of that, Jeff. You don't want to open those brake ducts up here because, you want the best aero advantage you can get. So I think it's probably a combination of things.
So pit road is open as we're back under yellow. Going to be some takers in the second half of the field from Austin Dillon on back. Dillon was running 13th. A lot of drivers from there on back will stop.
Mike, I think the reason I'm seeing a lot of these cars come to pit road, and I think you're seeing it right here with the 20 car, fuel only, because if we run 2 or 3 more caution laps, you're just right there on the window of being able to make it to the end. So if I'm at the back of the field, yeah, I didn't want to come get another set of tires. We don't have that many left. But pack that thing full of fuel, we can maybe make it to the end from here. You see they even had Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s car jacked up on the left side, packing that fuel in there.
So from 13th on back, most of the lead lap cars came in.
Yeah, on a night when we've had a record number of cautions, I'm not sure we're not going to have another one or two, but that's a great strategy. That's a great way to look at the end of this race.
Now also from 13th on back, that was right behind the accident area. Drivers might have been concerned about having run over some debris. Danica Patrick addresses the media. Joey Logano has been released. Keep it right here with 66 to go. .64 laps to go in Kansas in the Go Bowling 400. Here's the Coca-Cola Racing family. They've had a tough night, though. Denny Hamlin is 5th. Daniel Suarez having a great night in 10th, and Austin Dillon right behind him. Danica Patrick and Joey Logano have crashed out of the race, and Ryan Newman has lost an engine. Eric Almirola will be airlifted to the University of Kansas Medical Center for observation. He is alert and awake. And that's the update we received from the Infield Care Center here at Kansas Speedway.
I think Joey probably said it best. We just all need to pray for Joey, or for Eric, and hope that the observations are just that, observations.
Absolutely. We're going to go green this time with 63 laps to go. Martin Truex, your leader in a Toyota. Ryan Blaney, who got his first career pole here yesterday, running in second in a Ford. Kyle Larson in a Chevrolet. Then Kyle Busch, Denny Hamlin, and Harvick in row 3.
And after all that, these drivers, they got to get their mind,
yeah, got to get back in the game.
I mean, these restarts have been wild. the top groove has a bunch of speedy dry on it, and plenty of laps left to go in this race.
And we're back under green. Blaney edges ahead.
42
in the wall.
42 got up in the wall over there off 2. You see that speedy dry, the dust from that. Don't know if it hurt the car or not, but he did make contact with the wall.
I think he got it bad. I think it was just all the speed dry up tight against the wall, but just be ready just in case.
Well, he's coming back.
The tires, he definitely hit the wall,
yes.
so they got the Goodyear rubbed off the tires.
Yeah, that right.
Better
rear
be
looked a little flat, not the tire, but just the fender.
Yeah, better be paying attention to that, because you're sure they don't want to cut a tire down.
25 cars on the lead lap. Here's 5th place. Harvick and Hamlin.
Little 4 car's been getting better all night long.
Think of what he went through. He came down under green a while back, lost a lap, took the wave around, and was pretty much towards the back, and he has marched his way back up into the top 5.
6th place now, Kurt Busch overtaking Hamlin. And there's Daniel Suarez right behind his teammate.
That's a great run for
How about Suarez? He's had a great night. He's been right there. Vince?
Yeah, Suarez has been fighting loose for much of the evening, but he has not tried to do more than what the car has given him, and they've been able to work on the car, get it a little bit better at each stop. Remember, this is just his 11th Cup race. Amazing job.
He's doing a great job.
I just feel like he will get better and better once he gets comfortable in these cars. They get the car the way he likes it, what he needs. I think that kid will be good the second half of the year.
This is a great run for him to build some confidence on as well.
Paul Menard, who got in a crash earlier with A.J. Allmendinger, and we thought that car was beyond repair. Menard did make it back out on the racetrack, ran some laps, but he has now taken his damaged Chevrolet to the garage.
We heard right there, Eric Jones on the throttle, 3 wide. Jamie McMurray.
We saw this last week at Talladega.
Where did that come from?
Yeah.
You heard Eric Jones playing with the throttle. He went to get in the throttle maybe a little bit too early. The car got loose. The 5 of Casey Kane gets underneath them, and then here comes Jamie McMurray through the middle, and then the 5 of Casey Kane gets that position back down in 1 and 2. Great racing.
McMurray was looking like that last restart at Talladega.
No, that's what I said last
middle.
week, right up the middle. But just think about Eric Jones. He spun earlier, didn't lose a lap, kept himself in the race, and here he is running 12th.
Well, and Kurt Busch back from crash damage, running in 7th. Jimmy Johnson has come from the back 3 times now. He is in 11th.
Isn't it funny, Mike? He said before the race started he wanted to pass a lot of cars.
He's passed a lot of cars.
He has a lot of cars tonight.
Yes, he has. 13th. Ricky Stenhouse.
Yeah, somebody else that's had to battle through a few obstacles tonight. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and the 2 Keselowski going to the outside of Kenseth.
Well, Keselowski overcame a penalty after a green flag pit stop, and Stenhouse, to get back on the lead lap, took the free pass at the end of stage 2.
And certainly a concern for Brad Keselowski. Just saw what happened with his teammate Joey Logano with the issue with the right front. He had some right front issues at Las Vegas that possibly pretty much did cost him the win there.
You know, he also lost a brake rotor down at Daytona way back in February coming on the pit road.
Fighting hard for 3rd. Harvick edges ahead of Kyle Busch.
I didn't think we'd see anybody pass Kyle Busch. And that tells you how strong Kevin Harvick is right now.
That 4 car is coming to, he is going somewhere, man. He's chasing those leaders down.
And glued to the bottom.
And is the fastest car on the racetrack.
And oh yeah, Ryan Blaney's our leader. Doing a great job, fantastic job by that young man.
But as we've seen on each of these restarts where Blaney jumps ahead, Truex begins to edge ever closer to the leader. Matt.
Mike, at the beginning of this run here after that restart, the 78 of Truex said that his car just much tighter for some reason at the first few laps after the restart. A moment ago, he just came on the radio and said, it's really starting to come to me now. He's picked up almost half second in the last lap.
Yeah, a 30.07 to a 29.83, the second and third place car. So they're catching Blaney at a couple of tenths a lap here.
12th place, Stenhouse motors around Eric Jones.
the old racetrack. She's come around now, and some of the cars that were junked the start of the night are coming around looking pretty good.
Well, and remember, they sat there for a while. I wouldn't be surprised if some air pressure built up inside those tires that caused the balance to be off a little bit at the start on that restart for Martin Truex Jr.
Teammates at Hendrick Motorsports, Jimmy Johnson pulling up on Casey Kane.
Oh yeah, Johnson got a heck. He got a run off a turn 2 that time.
His car's been really strong all night. If he could just prevent anything going wrong to send him to the back, he might only have to pass 7 or 8 more cars.
He didn't have to go to the back anymore tonight. He might have a chance.
And here's 15th place, Matt Kenseth and Dale Jr. Vince?
The 88 of Dale Earnhardt Jr. has been fighting a vibration throughout part of the night tonight, but when the car has been good, it's been fast.
Turn 2, a spin.
I think it's the 77 of Jones again.
Caution.
I don't think.
This time he's got damage. The right side, he definitely.
I don't know if he does or not, Jeff.
A little bit.
He got up in that loose stuff down there. I don't think he hit the wall.
No, that was an oops. I've done it again.
I mean, I looked up there and all I saw was smoke everywhere, but I guess it was just
it's that stay drive up next to the wall, but I don't think he made contact.
Jones was running 14th, and he will stay on the lead lap.
That's another miraculous save.
Here's a look at it.
Watch him. He just gets in the corner and gets up a little too high. Here he comes. Second car right there coming into the turn. High. Gets in the stage right here.
Uh-oh.
She just won't stick.
Boy, unbelievable. I thought for sure he got contact, and he didn't.
No.
It just came around. Maybe just scuffed the right rear of the bumper, but.
That was deja vu all over again from lap 96.
Same place.
Not a lot of grip when all that speedy dry is up there.
I like what he said. What did he say? Whoops, I did it again.
He was already loose up there when there was no speedy dry. He knew it.
Oh, he nailed it.
He just got back into the throttle and it started coming around.
Pit road is open. Here's Vince.
The 18 of Kyle Busch will be coming to pit lane. Kyle's led a bunch of laps tonight, but if he's to get his first win of the season, he needs the car to be better, particularly on entry. He says, I can't arc the entry to way on one, and then it's too tight center exit. So they're going to make a chassis adjustment on this 18 for Kyle Busch and give him 4 tires. Matt?
Kevin Harvick hits pit road in the 4th position. He says his biggest issue, the car just too free from center to exit. He needs a big change. You can see it, just got it there. 78 went back around to look at the Lux there on that right rear, and a solid stop by the 21, 11.3 seconds.
First again for Ryan Blaney and the Wood brothers.
That 21 team is on fire tonight, man. They're knocking it out of the park.
And their biggest threat just had an issue on pit road of Martin Truex Jr. We're going to find out how good his race car is right now.
So Dale Earnhardt Jr. did not pit. He was last in the pits 16 laps ago. Trevor Bayne did not pit. Neither did Chris Buescher or Michael McDowell.
I want to know if he didn't pit because he doesn't have a fresh set of tires.
They blew up a used set.
Yeah, so it's already been telling us about tires.
Long stop for Martin Truex.
But look at that, 11.3, man.
They are on.
That's awesome.
That's as good as it gets.
Yeah.
Better than most.
Watch the right rear on this stop. Oops.
Better hit that one more time.
Could be the last stop.
And they do check lug nuts for tightness at the end of the race. So if you're going to make sure you got 5 on tight, this is the time to do it.
Yep. Jeff, Dale Earnhardt Jr. actually had 11 laps on those tires. He did pit that last caution, but he has pitted 8 times, plus the set he started on. But I think there was a report earlier they went with 1 set of scuffs, so they may still have 1 set of stickers left.
Thanks, Larry. Next Saturday night on FS1, NASCAR's biggest stars put it all on the line for $1 million in the Monster Energy Series All-Star Race. It all starts at 4:30 Eastern with qualifying, that unique race them down pit road qualifying. Then the All-Star Open at 6, and the All-Star race itself at 8 Eastern. That's all next Saturday, only on FS1 and on Fox Sports Go.
Mike, the All-Star Weekend, it was created for the fans. It's a fans weekend. Everything that happens over there Friday and Saturday night, all to entertain the fans. It's a show.
Well, that's the home of the sport. It's where all the teams are headquartered, except Furniture Row out in Denver, Colorado. So fans will come down there for those 10 days of speed, including the All-Star race, the Coca-Cola 600, everything in between. Visit the shops, get their souvenirs. I'll tell you, traffic, it's going to be busy around that area for about the next 2 weeks.
And I hear people talk about, well, I like a race. I like the way it used to be. I like the way you did it. Well, you want to see what we used to do? Come and watch qualifying.
With no speed limit on pit road.
I mean, you come down off turn 4 on the pit road, run about 180 miles an hour, and hanging on, buddy.
And this year, I hear they're not going to do it just once.
Going to do it twice.
Going to do it twice.
You excited about that?
I'm excited to be a fan. I never liked doing it once. I mean, it's cool when you make it and you go, whoo, I made it.
Richard Petty, Eric Almirola's car owner, on the golf cart and headed out. Once again, Eric has been airlifted to a local hospital. Was awake and alert and communicating with caregivers at the Infield Care Center. And that is the latest word that we have on his condition. Getting ready to restart. It'll be 47 to go. Here they head off turn number 2 and into that long back straightaway from our aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Everything Goodyear learns, making tires for the grueling demands of NASCAR, inspires what rolls into yours. Goodyear, official tire of NASCAR. Well, this should be an interesting restart in that the first 4, Earnhardt, Bain, Buescher, and McDowell, chose not to pit.
Yeah, when I look at Trevor Bain in that 6 car, as far as Earnhardt, Buescher, McDowell, they pitted on that last caution and got tires. All Bain got was fuel, so he's definitely on the older tires of any of those front 4.
Yeah, we saw the last time, I think, was it the 4 car really spin the tires. Look for these 4 up front here to spin the tires, and those with fresher tires to have a big advantage on this restart.
Look where that 4 car is, though, right there alongside Blaney.
Set the pins and roll them. Here we go. Trevor Bain jumps out front. And here comes Blaney on the bottom.
Ooh, I wouldn't get up in that too high down there. That's a lot of dirt. Yikes.
Kurt Busch having some big issues. McDowell, all of them struggling for grip.
4 wide.
What a mess.
How did we just make it through turns 1 and 2?
I have no idea. The guy that really was hurt
3 wide at the front.
What was hurting the most was that 4 car. He got in that outside and couldn't go anywhere, but now the battle is at the front.
Now that's the Kyle Busch we're used to seeing.
You know why?
It's go time.
That's right.
This could be the last restart. 46 to go. Trevor Bain holds him off for the moment. Does Kyle get the big run on the top, or does Bain come up and close him off? Or rather,
yeah, Blaney.
Blaney.
Blaney did a great job of moving up and shutting that move down.
I tell you, it's going to take something special to beat that 21 car tonight. That thing is just fast.
12th place battle.
And that kid driving the wheels off of it, I mean. When you put Kyle Busch up around you, near you, and he can't get by you, you're doing a heck of a job as a driver, and you got a pretty darn good race car.
Well, he's going to make him earn it, because Kyle Busch, he just has this knack. I mean, you and I were talking about this with him in the truck race the other day. He just has a way of stalking you, just finding that weakness that you may have, or getting in your head and forcing you to make a mistake.
Yeah, he's relentless. He just doesn't ever give up.
5th place, Denny Hamlin moving forward. Vince?
You know, the one thing with Kyle Busch this season, the speed just has not been an advantage for the 18 like we've seen it be in the past at various points of other seasons. They've not won races. We've talked about that. It's been 26 races since they've won. So they feel like they have no room for error. It's been on a knife's edge, finding the way the car has to be its best. They just don't have the speed, and I think we're seeing a little bit of that right now. Matt?
Vince, I spoke with Ryan Blaney. He said, we've had speed, we've led some laps. In fact, 148 at Texas. The biggest thing is just executing throughout the entire race, closing the deal. And when you look at the Wood brothers' storied history, only one time has a driver scored their first pole and race victory in the same event. Go all the way back to 1960. And let me just say hello to Mr. Glenn Wood, who did it that day at Bowman Gray Stadium.
Mike, when you run up front, I mean, you get those repetitions. You learn things from running up front. You might make some mistakes early on in your career right here, like we've seen Blaney do. But you learn from them, and you keep doing that over and over again. Pretty soon you get it all figured out, and it comes to you.
I've not been watching this gap from Blaney to Busch. I've been watching first to third, Blaney to Truex, because at this point in the run, Truex has been able to start closing. Not this time. Blaney has opened that gap up. 3 laps ago, it was 3/4 of a second. Now it's about 1.05. The big question of this race, Jeff, can Truex get back to Blaney?
When I throw one more in there, and that's the 4th place runner, Kevin Harvick. He's also closed in that gap to the 78 of Mark Truex. But I do think that Truex is going to get to 2nd place. Whether he can get by Blaney, that's what we're going to have to find out.
Yeah, I think right now Blaney says, look, the race is on the line. I got to go. I got to give it all I got. I got to run qualifying laps. That's what some of these young drivers do. They run qualifying laps, lap after lap after lap.
That's a gimme time trial laps.
And, you know, the performance that Ryan Blaney has put into this car by qualifying up front, by leading laps, by winning stages like he did at Texas, that puts more pressure on the pit crew and the team to execute more flawlessly. And tonight, they have definitely done that.
I saw it with the 78 with Martin Truex Jr. and Cole Pern. They had a fast car there for a little while and kept making mistakes. And then they got it figured out. And they're a much better race team now.
But look at what Ford has accomplished this season. As Dave Parasek told Brant James of USA Today, it's in this weekend's issue, that Team Penske was a winner. They integrated Stewart Haas and brought 4 more Fords into the field. They made Roush Fenway a winner again. And by aligning the Wood brothers with Team Penske, bringing the Met into the fold, making the 21 a front runner once again. It's incredible what they've accomplished in such a short time in the first part of this season.
They have put the effort in, and they're getting the results. Wow,
boy.
Look at that.
2nd place, 38 to go.
All clear.
I don't know if Kyle Busch had a little bit of an issue there. Or if
something's going on with that 18, because here comes the 4 round on the outside. All of a sudden, the 18's falling back.
Kyle Busch has quickly dropped to 2 seconds back of the lead.
He gets down to the white line.
I think there's something going on with that car.
He got a little bit loose.
What is it, Vince?
Yeah, Kyle Busch said we're really good for the first 3 laps in the run, and then all of a sudden it just swings crazy loose. He said right now it is just wicked to handle.
Wow. Well, it showed up in a hurry.
Yes, it did. And Truex is coming. He is within 1 second of Ryan Blaney right now. Nice battle for 13th, Suarez and Bain.
Yeah, Truex is definitely he's going to be the guy that Blaney's going to have to worry about, because he is reeling him in.
Martin Truex restarted 9th. It'll be 35 to go, and you won't miss a moment. Brian Blaney is trying to become the first driver since Billy Wade at Old Bridge, New Jersey in 1964 to win his first career pole and first career race in the same NASCAR Premier Series event. Here's some audio from the leader.
99 now, back by 5. I can see him. I know he's faster. How many times? Copy.
I like that. I'm focusing, man.
Dale Jr. to pit road. Remember, he did not take tires on that caution. Now he's in, Vince.
Well, and we've heard it from Junior throughout the course of the night, just feeling a vibration, and he was feeling it again there. I spoke with Kenny Francis from Hendrick Motorsports a short while ago. He said they've gone to a different gun on the rear of the car, but they've not seen an issue with the loose tires or the loose wheels tonight, but they made a switch with the rear air gun, hoping that that might help with the vibration, but they used it on the last stop as well.
2 weeks in a row, vibration issues for Dale Earnhardt Jr.
And particularly on the rear, it sounds like left rear.
28 laps to go now. Half a second separates the leaders.
Well, and you saw where Martin Truex Jr. closed the gap, got up to the 21. But you have to remember, there's air being disturbed. Once you get closer, it starts to create some turbulence and can affect the handling of your car. So if he's gonna pass him, he's gonna have to do it and find clean air, either right on the bottom or maybe way up top.
Well, I know one thing, you're not going to pass him on the straightaway, because that 21, when it gets up on the straightaway, it digs, man. He goes somewhere.
Oh, big loose moment for the 21 right there. Lost a little bit to the 78.
He lost a lot. Lost a lot of momentum.
He's got
right
white
there.
gloves. If you just watch inside of his windshield, you can see him correcting, and he definitely got loose.
And he went up the hill a little bit there, and here comes that 78. You know what he's doing? He's looking back. You need to quit looking back. Focus straight ahead.
Reed Sorensen just ahead. Blaney goes high. Now Truex. Whoa, boy! That was almost disastrous.
I think the 21's gotten a little bit loose here. I think he was pushing it hard on the right rear. That one moment he had may have overheated the right rear just a little too much, and it's only caused it to get looser.
Man, that 78 is solid, man.
And in Reed Sorensen's defense, 78 was on the bottom and then switched lanes on him for the lead.
Kind of battle.
Blaney's got to stay in his tracks, try to predict which lane he's going to choose.
Just a little tight. It looks like the car's a little loose right in the middle of the corner. That's where the 78 really closes. And here we go, drag race.
You can see the hands on Ryan Blaney correct back to the right. Lost the momentum. The 78 takes the lead.
It's going to cause Blaney to have to move around now. He's been stuck to the bottom. He may have to go to the top.
Let's go finish this thing, baby. That's what we come here for. Clear about 4.
Clayton Hughes, spotter for Martin Truex. Car to wall, turn 1. Corey LaJoie had been having his best career night, running in 23rd. Might have lost a right front. He hit the wall pretty hard and won.
I think he did, Mike. You see the fender is kind of blown up there, like maybe the tire let go.
Martin Truex Jr. did not want to see that, because that 21 crew's been so solid with that -- pit stall. Pretty good chance that he could get that lead back. And then you've got, what, 20 laps to battle it out.
This is a money stop if they make it.
Now, Corey LaJoie would have been the next car that Martin Truex caught. Have a look here.
Wow. This is when that pit crew, this is when you find out what they're made out of. If they come down pit road, they want to nail one of the 11-second stops, they can win this race.
That's when Martin Truex goes, no, not now.
And Martin Truex doesn't need another he doesn't need a bad stop.
All right, guys, there's no question they're going to be coming, because when I look at Martin Truex Jr., Ryan Blaney, Kevin Harvick, they all have a set of stickers. Now, I'm looking at some drivers on back in the field that wants to come to pit road, but it may be for scuffs. No question, you're coming to get 4 tires right here.
Oh, boy.
Now, on the last stop, Truex's crew took an extra moment to make sure all 5 were tight on the right rear in case that was the last stop of the race, because NASCAR checks those lugs and there's heavy penalties after the race if any are loose. Now they all get one more chance at this being the last pit stop of the night.
Better nail it, boys. Got to nail it. Don't want to put any pressure on you. Don't make you nervous or anything. Better nail it.
Got to nail all 5 and do it in 11 seconds.
That's right. Don't need pressure. Don't need much fuel.
Vince?
The 18 of Kyle Busch said, as I've told you a moment ago, it feels good for 3 laps, then it just goes crazy loose. Kyle says he feels like the tires just get hot and greasy. He said, I don't really know what to tell you. Adam Stevens said, I'll make an adjustment. We'll see what we can do. It's a 4-tire change, but put some tape on the grill, Matt.
And Harvick says the last change hurt the center of the corner. He wants the team to back it up. Meanwhile, match competition, Chris Taylor and Lee Cunningham on the 78, the changers, going up against Shannon Myers and Ryan Flores. The battle off pit road, Mike.
That's going to be close. As it's Blaney. Blaney, Truex, Hamlin. Let's see the video evidence and see how close it was.
So close.
Blaney closest to the camera by a nose.
Wow.
What a well race that was.
Number 1 pit stall.
That number 1 pit stall, and that crew did it again. They're nailing it.
Ryan Blaney, as of tonight, has led over 200 laps this year, something that the Wood brothers have not accomplished since Neil Bonnet did it in 1982.
Now, see, I think if Ryan Blaney can get the lead here, I think he can hold Truex off for 20 laps.
I do too.
It's once you get past that 20 lap mark that I think is when he starts losing the handles.
So are you going to take the inside or are you going to take the outside?
I think he takes the outside. He's been so strong on the outside. He can hold down Truex from the outside and loosen him up and get that run down the back straightaway.
When Ryan Blaney took this ride, he was aware of the storied history of the Wood brothers, and I think that came into clarity here yesterday when he joined this list of drivers who have won poles for the Glenwood Company.
Look at that.
Look
now,
at the
David
names.
Pearson, Cale Yarborough, look at all the Hall of Famers and superstars of racing that are on this list.
Junior Johnson, Dan Gurney.
And Ryan Blaney.
Unreal.
And of course, Pearson, he led them all.
Nope, no pressure.
no pressure. Look at this. Yes.
Now, Denny Hamlin came out 3rd. What are his chances, Jamie?
Well, he's pretty happy with the car now. Actually, the best I've heard him all night long. He said it's definitely better on the short run now. Let's leave it alone. And they had an extra set of sticker tires on, so we'll see if that makes a difference here.
Wheels.
Wheels, he's smiling.
He's happy.
He's happy.
We did our part, buddy.
Eric Jones did not stop. Everybody behind him did on the lead lap, so Jones will be the race leader. When we go back to green, we're coming around for 20 to go. So Eric Jones and Martin Truex in 3rd. 2 of the first 3 spots for Barney Visser's Furniture Row Racing team. This is a home game for them. They're based in Denver, Colorado. Most all the rest of the sport is back in the Carolinas. Here's some radio from the 78.
It's really our best position to be in, but we got a shot at it, so we'll give her hell here. It was going to be set and sail right there for the caution, so oh well. That's the way it goes, I guess.
Yeah, I like that, but you know what? Let's think about Eric Jones. Eric, you're leading the race. You don't have tires. You spun out twice tonight. Bring her home.
Right. Now, a bunch of cars have taken the wave around. 3rd is not the best position because he does not have lane choice. He'll have to start on the inside. Now it's a question of what lane Eric Jones will choose. He's taken the outside.
And Blaney's got to be careful here because he has fresh tires. His car's going to accelerate. The 77, good chance he might spin the tires. So you got to be careful because it's a judgment call. If he spins the tires and fades back and Blaney beats him to the line, you got to hope that NASCAR calls it, his way and realizes what caused the 77 to fall back, if that happens.
Yeah, take that into consideration because, I mean, after all, the 77 is on older tires. So,
But if you're Blaney, you got to be careful because if you hesitate, that 78 is going to be ready to pounce. We've already seen him go 3 wide on the apron on restarts tonight.
Reed Sorensen gets the free pass as Ryan Blaney tries to become the 2nd driver in as many weeks to score their first career win. Ricky Stenhouse did it last week. Last time we had back-to-back first-time winners, 2007, Casey Mears at Charlotte, and the next week at Dover, Martin Truex.
Wow. Actually, I think Truex is in a good spot, guys, because the 77 is not going to be able to go that great, and he's going to follow 21, and it's going to be a race.
Well, let's find out. It'll be 19 laps to go. Green flag in the air.
Let's see the 77 bobble there a little bit as he did spin just a little bit.
Oh, look at this.
Oh, he's going to get to the outside of the 21. That's not what the 21 wanted to see.
Boy, I tell you what, Blaney was lucky he didn't turn him around because he blocked him big time.
That was an incredible restart by the 78 of Mark Truex Jr.
So I felt like Truex was in a pretty darn good spot the way the 21 was going to take off. 77's not going to take off. So I thought he was in a good spot. And he's in a really good spot now.
He's in an excellent spot now.
He's in the best spot he's been in all night.
Well, Denny Hamlin's dropped to 5th because Kevin Harvick, Mr. Where Did He Come From, is sitting there in 3rd, and Kurt Busch in 4th.
Mike, that 4 car, Kevin Harvick has finished 5th. Out of the last 7 races, he's finished 2nd here 5 times.
1, 2, 3, 17 laps to go when they come to the line.
Boy, throw a blanket over those top 3.
It's going to be a battle here. Those 3, they're all 3 pretty good. They're running almost identical lap times, 52, 50, 50.
Yeah, I think they ran their fastest lap of the night.
They did. That's a 29.50 on all 3 of them.
$16 to go. Hamlin, or rather Truex, not pulling away. But let's have a look at the 5-hour energy extra strength. Big move of the race. And it's the restart. Watch Martin Truex as Blaney carries him down the racetrack. Down, up, and shoot the gap.
And I think Blaney did hesitate just a little bit when the 77 spun his tires, because you saw the 78 of Mark Truex Jr. get a pretty good run on him. He just had him in a really good position and then was able to just squeeze to the outside of the right rear, that 21 on Blaney.
Yeah, I think Blaney, that blocking he was doing on the 78, I think it cost him a little momentum, and that just opened that outside up for the 78, and around him and went, and off he goes. He's pulling away about a 1/10 and a half, 2/10 a lap right here now.
Seven-tenths of a second separate Martin Truex Jr. from Ryan Blaney. Truex has led 90 circuits so far. Blaney's been out front for 83 laps after starting this race from his first career pole. Kevin Harvick 1.2 seconds in back. Does he have anything left with 14 laps to go? And right behind him, Harvick's teammate Kurt Busch in 4th, 2 seconds back. And what an incredible night for Jimmy Johnson. I wish I had a count of how many cars he has passed after starting in back and having to go back to the back.
Look at that.
If your investment portfolio looked like that,
buy, sell, buy,
yes.
sell.
Yeah, no kidding.
Ride it out.
But you know,
be a great top 5 for Johnson if he hangs on. Here's 8th place.
Another recovery by that 2 car. He's had an up and down night too, and here he is battling for a top 10. And not far behind these 2 guys here is Daniel Suarez has had a great night. He's running in the top 10. I don't think anybody's going to catch Martin Truex Jr., but I do think that the 4 car may be able to get around the car of Blaney, because he is caught up to the back of him, and he looks a little quicker, Kevin Harvick, in the 4. The Truex is long.
And you can see Blaney, he's struggling a little bit with the back end of the car. He's gotten pretty loose. We saw that happen towards the end of the run the last time. Seems like it's creeping in there a little bit sooner here.
Harvick.
Yeah, it looks like he's chasing that car up the track now, Jeff. The 21 of Blaney is.
By 110 to go.
201 miles per hour into turn 1.
Half back bottom. Right with you.
Blaney's leaving that bottom one.
Hang tough here. We got a caution. We got a shot.
10 to go.
Go by 1.
Harvick's got time. Front straightaway, a car gets turned, slides through the grass.
It's the
Eric
77
Jones
again.
got turned around by Ty Dillon.
Are you kidding me?
I've never seen anybody go around and not hit anything that many times.
Well, he's had a lot of practice tonight. I mean, that's the 3rd time. Poor guy.
Somewhere several rabbits are missing feet.
No kidding.
Well, here's a look at it. It's not pretty.
'77 to Eric Jones, just trying to hang on with those older tires to get to the end. Whoa. I don't know if he misjudged Ty Dillon. Or...
He definitely misjudged. I don't. Other than that, I'm not sure what happened.
I just didn't know if he was trying to get in behind him. Or...
Let's go for Mr. Jones' latest wild ride.
13. Right at the bumper, 83, right there. Hold on.
Wow. And here's the 13 team audio.
I didn't mean to hit him. I got tight when he checked like that. Took all the air off my front.
Right now, Eric Jones has got to be wondering, what do I have to do to finish this race?
Think about it. That's where he spun in practice off turn 4. So he spun off turn 4 twice now, off of turn 2 twice, and he's still going.
Heck, not a mark on it, really.
No, he didn't.
Nope.
I don't think it hurt.
What do they do now?
Whoa, a little dart and dive by the 21 of
They
Blaney.
can fake if they want, but by my calculations, other than Harvick, everybody's out of sticker tires. So,
Right.
And I knew he wasn't going to give up the 3rd spot.
Well, Kevin Harvick said on the radio about 3 laps ago, if we get a caution, we've got a shot at it.
I think he might be right.
We're seeing what kind of poker face Ryan Blaney has.
Ryan Blaney's poker face has a poker face.
Little dipsy-do. Now, Dale Jr. stops. He is the free pass car on this caution. That'll get him back on the lead lap. 14 caution flags as Cole Perrin takes a drink.
Poor old Cole. Cole says, man, I had this race won a year ago, and something weird happened, and now here I am tonight.
Well, this is one record we're not trying to set.
And something weird happened. My teammate caused the caution.
Martin Truex will not go so far as to say this track owes him one. But what happened to him here last year, where a tiny screw that came out of a fitting and got caught between the wheel and the hub cost him a victory. Something that we've talked about during the practice and qualifying shows, that something you just could not ever imagine happening again in a million years of stock car racing. They sent him out. The one wheel was not tight because of that right there where a screw became lodged. There's what's left of that screw. You just can't imagine things like that happening. Keep that spacer to the hub there. So now, with 7 laps to go, and Truex in command, here's the leader.
Think about a restart. I think bottom. Just so fast right now. Yeah, I hear you. I guess let's try it. Hope it works out.
Boy, that's a tough call. That is a very tough call, because if the 21 can just get to his right rear, he can really make his life difficult.
The guy's going to make their life difficult is that 4 car, because he's going to go to the apron, and the 78 is going to have to block.
He'll be 3 wide by the time we get to
They'll be 3 wide
turn.
going into turn 1.
Well, early on in the heat of the afternoon, you had to be on the top side to go on the restart. But now things have way cooled down. It's a game changer.
Well, the temperature's cooled down.
Yes.
Things are getting ready to heat up.
Well,
this will be one to watch, folks. Just let me tell you. Go wake up Ethel and tell her to get close to the TV. We're getting ready to see something here.
All right, 5 frames to go in the Go Bowling 400.
And don't spin the tires.
No turkeys.
Don't let them take you 3 or 4 wide.
Oh, it's going to get, look, it's going to get wild going into 1.
You lead 5 laps in a row. That's a Yahtzee. That's a checkered flag.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm working on it.
Take a deep breath. Stay calm. Get the heart rate down. Don't make any mistakes.
You're talking to us?
Yeah, right. But isn't it like bowling? Do I go in the right lane or do I go in the left lane?
Jimmy Johnson, by the data, has passed 90 cars tonight. Good thing he likes passing cars. Here we go. 5 laps to go. Truex, Blaney, Harvick, Busch, Johnson, Hamlin, Busch, Keselowski.
Well, I think because the 4 car was able to get up to the left rear of the 21.
Whoa, they're not done. There goes the 48. Yikes.
Kurt Busch and Jimmy Johnson get together. Caution.
You got to be kidding.
We've tied the record. I'd say that inside lane was a good call for Cole Perrin and Martin Truex.
Yeah, the 21 of Blaney tried to hang back just a little bit and anticipate it, and the 78 got a great start there. So maybe if Ryan Blaney learned a little something, you can see how he's hanging back. And just that little bit of jump right there gave him just enough to where the 4 gets sort of to the left rear of the 21 and maybe stalled him out a tiny bit.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Oh, the 11
Denny
got the
Hamlin.
41.
11 tried to go 3 wide in the middle.
11 got the 41, turned him into the 48.
Let's look at it from our Goodyear aerial coverage.
You'll see the 11 right here. He gets right into the left rear of the 41. That shoots him in the 48.
Yeah, Jimmy Johnson had no idea he was going to try to make that 3 wide, close that gap. They all made contact.
And here's Denny Hamlin's radio.
Yeah, I'll try to get out of it, but 41 can't come down if I'm there.
Yeah, that's true. The 41, the 41 blocked him high, and then he went to the inside and he tried to block him low. And at that same time, he got the 11 of Denny Hamlin got his nose in there, and then the 48 of Jimmy Johnson started to come up.
And I'm not sure if Kyle Busch may have a little nose damage. Did he get in the back of Jimmy Johnson or not? Nope, apparently not.
Looks
okay.
Got a little, yeah, I don't know. It's hard to tell, but I don't think so. Well, I told you to wake up, Ethel.
It ain't over yet.
It ain't over with yet either.
No, it's not. Hamlin comes to pit road. He is joined by Johnson and Earnhardt. Jamie?
Definitely some fender rubs on the 48 and the 11. You see him pulling them out there. All they have, of course, like everybody else, is some glued up, scuffed tires to put on. They're going to go ahead and change all 4, though, because they did have damage on the left and right sides of the 11.
We will restart with 2 laps to go. This will not be overtime. We're still in regulation.
Well, this is a do-over. What did you learn? Ryan Blaney, what did you learn? Kevin Harvick, what did you learn?
I think Blaney might be better off not hanging back, actually maybe staying nose to nose with him and just hoping that he stays at his quarter panel as they get down to turn 1.
Well, now the Wood brothers have an alliance with Team Penske, and there's a new player in the second row.
Got that right.
And that's Penske's Brad Keselowski right behind Blaney.
Give him a shove.
At least one.
Or try to win himself.
Oh, Dale Jr. speeding.
Boy, it's been a rough night for the 48 and the 88. They have had all kind of issues.
Yep.
This is going to be fun. I'm gonna tell you, it's going to be fun.
Yeah.
Not for them, but for us.
Now we're still in regulation with 2 laps to go. We'll have the restart. Truex, Blaney, Harvick, Keselowski, the Busch brothers in row 3. Always exciting. Daniel Suarez having a career night with Kyle Larson in row 4. McMurray and Stenhouse, the 1-2 finish from last week, in row 5. Then it's Bain and Kenseth, and here we go.
Yeah, whole one just couldn't get going again.
Four wide, pick a lane.
21 should have the advantage on the outside off the 2. He does over the 4.
Yeah,
but Truex is long gone.
Oh, I thought the 4 of Kevin Harvick might get back to his bumper, but here comes the 2 of Keselowski.
Keselowski had one of those nights, and here he is fighting for a top 5. Oh, the 4's under 21. He's going to make that pass.
The white flag waves. 1 lap to go. Sponsored by Credit One Bank.
3 wide.
3 wide into turn 1. Can they make it?
Keselowski made it.
Boy, I tell you, Kevin Harvick is being mighty kind to that kid in the 21 car. He cut him some slack.
Out of turn number 4, denied last year by a crazy part failure. He led the most laps then. He leads the most laps now. Martin Truex gets his Kansas win.
Wow.
Oh, we got it. Awesome. Finally. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. One hell of a job.
Trouble down here in turn 1, guys. A car just went across the apron, slammed the wall.
Austin Dillon.
Not sure what happened there.
Wheel, man. Good job. You, brother. You're having one hell of a crew chief, man.
Brad Keselowski finishes second, 1.1 seconds back. Kevin Harvick, Ryan Blaney, Kyle Busch all under a blanket with Kyle Larson. Daniel Suarez 7th, a great drive. McMurray 8th, Boyer 9th, Trevor Bayne 10th.
Last week's winner Stenhouse 11th. Good run for those guys.
It's the 9th career win for Martin Truex Jr. and it comes at his team's effectively home racetrack. Second win of 2017. He won Las Vegas. 18 starts at Kansas. First checkered flag, and taking home the flag is Martin Truex with today's Sunoco fueling victory. One of 13 blue cars in tonight's race.
Mike, how many career victories did you say that was for Martin Truex Jr.? Did you say 9?
That's 9.
I mean, that blows my mind. This guy has led so many laps and has been in position. And that's why when he gets these wins or something happens when the caution comes out, it's like he thinks he's snake bitten, because I feel like he should have about 30 wins right now.
Well, I think the guy that's really matured and is, like he just said, you're a heck of a crew chief, Cole Pern. He's really come a long way in the last couple of years as a crew chief, making great calls. They got a good team. Won the race.
It's the 8th career win for Furniture Row Racing, their 2nd of the season and their 1st here at Kansas. 2nd win of the year for Toyota and their 4th win at Kansas. Ryan Blaney won the pole, won a stage, comes home 4th. Jamie?
Led 83 laps tonight. The good news is it broke that streak of bad races and bad luck for a while, Ryan, but I know this is a tough one for you to swallow. What's your take on tonight?
Yeah, I mean, it happens, I guess. We weren't very good long run. We had a great short run car, and I thought that was going to play right into our hands at the end there, and 78 got us on that restart somehow, and I just didn't really block where I should have, and I don't know, I was super loose there the last couple restarts, and he got me spinning my tires a little bit, so you know, it kind of stinks. I thought at worst we should have finished 2nd, but I think it says a lot for this team to go out and lead laps and have a shot to go win races, so this is the right move to get back on track.
I think it's just a matter of time before we see the 21 in victory lane, Vince.
With Kyle Busch, who finishes 5th tonight after leading 59 laps. You managed to smile with Coach Joe Gibbs there in conversation, but I know you can't be happy with the way this one came to an end tonight.
I guess. I mean, we could have been 15th, you know, for as off as we were on restarts and some other things kind of going on out there, but we got lucky missing the 48 there, so I don't know, just mediocre day. You know, it seems like our mediocre days are top 5 days, which is good, but we just don't have the speed to be first. We just don't have that dominant speed to be up there all day. We kind of were the first section of the race. The second segment, halfway through that, we kind of lost a little bit of it, but then there at the end, we just didn't have enough for, especially the 78 on the long runs. You know, the short runs, I felt like 3 laps I had enough, but after that, this M&M's Camry just didn't have it. So say thanks to Adam and all the guys that gave me a great piece and did a good job with it. Better than maybe we should have had a result of, but we'll go to next week.
Keep digging. Kyle Busch 5th tonight.
Martin Truex Jr. salutes the fans in the Kansas grandstand with his backwards victory lap. Blew out both rear tires, doing the donuts. Victory lane coming right up on FS1.
Live from Kansas Speedway, there is Martin Truex Jr. in the 78 Toyota pulling into victory lane, the 9th career win on his 8th different track. He led the most laps, his 2nd victory of this season, as we welcome you to victory lane for the celebration. And let's head down to victory lane.
A pair of seconds, a bunch of coulda, woulda, shouldas here. A big hug from Cole Pern. This one mean more, Martin, just because of what you've went through in the past to finally get a trophy from Kansas?
Oh, man, you know, I don't know. They're all so special, honestly. I mean, these races are so hard to win. I mean, any of those restarts I could have got beat on, something could have happened. You just never know. So just really, I'm just so proud of everybody on this team and, you know, all my guys. Auto Owners Insurance, their first race with us this year. We won the Southern 500 with this car. Now here, it's just, it's amazing. So just got to thank everybody at Auto Owners, Furniture Row, Bass Pro, Denver Mattress, Furniture Row, Tracker Boats, Wix Filters, 5-Hour Energy. This is amazing. It's awesome.
You split the front row on the one restart, which was an impressive move. But were you concerned about the restarts again because your car was so much better on longer runs?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if I could get out front on those restarts, I'd be fine. If I came out second or third after a lap or two, it took me a long time to get good enough to pass those guys. So I knew I had to go. I knew I had to make it happen. There's no guarantee that you can make it happen, but we did. So it was pretty awesome tonight. Thanks to TRD, Toyota, awesome horsepower, and man, just everybody. So everybody go enter the True Experience there, Auto Owners True Experience, and come to a race with us. It'd be awesome.
All right, thank you very much. Mark Truex Jr., it's interesting. This is his 4th win in his last 11 mile-and-a-half tracks. You know, that's what they were run most on in terms of deciding the championship. Prior to that, he was winless on 114 mile-and-a-half tracks. So he has figured something out on this particular layout.
You know, he's just such a versatile race car driver. Think about tonight's race, Chris. You had to start in the sunlight. The track was hot. You needed to be able to run low and high to get through traffic. He was able to face every challenge and then at the end focus and nail those restarts like he talked about. How intense were those? 2, 3, even 4 wide at times, and he was on the money.
Yeah, very steady, but it wasn't in the bag until the end. Blaney showed the great speed with Michael Waltrip. I'm Chris Myers, our entire crew here. Glad you're watching Victory Lane on FS1 live from Kansas. After Truex and his Toyota, 3 Fords followed in the finishing order. Vince Wells is standing by with the driver of one of them.
Kevin Harvick finishes 3rd tonight. You guys went down a lap about halfway through the race, but man, you had speed all night long and drove it back to 3rd.
Yeah, we did have speed. Our Busch Light Ford was really good all night. We had to adjust on it quite a bit from the daytime to the nighttime to get it where we needed it to be. And then there at the end, all those restarts just really didn't line up for us. We wound up losing spots more than we gained them and maintained there at the end and just had to battle the 21 and the 2 and never wound up being able to make a run at the 78. So who knows what would happen if we'd have gotten clean air, but the car had speed, able to make up ground and do what we needed to do tonight.
Well done. Kevin Harvick, 3rd place.
Well, Brad Keselowski was a little frustrated after qualifying, but it ended up working out. You guys had a good night on track. Brian Wilson, your interim crew chief, what do you have to say about him? His time now, 3 races are up, and your crew chief comes back next week.
Yeah, Brian's done a great job, obviously, at 2 second-place finishes. With him, crew chief and behind the helm, just wish we could have got a little bit more. I think we had a really good car and a shot at running with the front runners. Just every time we cycled up towards the front, we had something go wrong, you know, and so fought through all that, Jamie, and got back up towards the front. Felt like if I could have had another 100 laps, it would have been great. I got enough in me. Might be getting a little bit late, and the fans might be a little bit tired, but it was all in all a good finish. We lost out on some stage points, which is kind of a bummer with all that, but still a good finish. Thank you.
After 11 races, Keselowski along with Jimmy Johnson and now Martin Truex Jr., the only 2-time winners so far this season. We'll have an update on Eric Almirola, the latest involved in that crash, and more of the celebration for Truex and Toyota live in a moment. On Victory Lane here on FS1 from Kansas. He's spinning in Victory Lane at age 36. Martin Truex Jr. You know, he led the most laps. He started third, and his average running position was second throughout the race. Very consistent.
But how about the guy that ran second to him? Brad Keselowski was 2 laps down. His world was totally opposite of Truex. Truex was up front all night long, controlling the race. Brad Keselowski was fighting from the back, but he came home second. That's impressive.
Yeah, and Martin Truex Jr., along with Joey Logano, who started on the front row, they were the favorites coming into the race, but it was never really, you know, the way Ryan Blaney showed the top speed, even though he's still searching for his first win, you weren't confident that he could hang on.
You know, it just seemed like his car would fall off, and we saw that, and I got to give Ryan a lot of credit. He got loose. He had those white gloves inside that car, and you could tell he's really fighting the car. Held onto it for a long time, but Truex, yesterday in practice, everybody in the garage area penciled in Truex as the favorite. His car was fast in the short haul. The long haul, he qualified third, and he got to victory lane.
A horrific crash involving Eric Almirola, Joey Logano, and Danica Patrick, and we'll try an update, at least the latest. He is at the University of the University of Kansas Medical Center, and he is alert, and he was speaking with some of the workers when he was taken out of the car and helicoptered over. So let's take a look at the race in 90, starting in part of that crash. Certainly shook everyone up involved in the race. And when it started, Joey Logano, outside pole, he lost 8 spots in a hurry with a tight car.
Yeah, he was just trying to make a move on the outside. The thing pushed up high. He had to get out of the gas. And watch this. Chase Elliott didn't ever have a chance to get going tonight. He ran into the side of Michael McDowell and ruined his evening.
He was running fourth, had some damage. Kyle Busch wins stage 1. It's only the second stage he's won this year. He won the very first one at the Daytona 500.
Jimmy Johnson drives through too many pits. You see the X, he can't go through that pit box. That means he's penalized. To the back, Eric Jones. This happened a lot, Chris. Eric Jones spinning. Eric Jones spinning, and Eric Jones spinning.
Part of 15 cautions, which equaled the track record. There were only 6 caution flags in this race last year, and that 15 the most of any race this year. Jimmy Johnson getting into Kurt Busch, cutting a tire.
Yeah, he was a lap down. He cuts a tire here, has to battle to get back on the lead lap. Had a really fast car, but a lot of trouble tonight. Another car that had issues, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and Brad Keselowski. Both these cars with loose wheels, like I said earlier, they lost 2 laps and both battled back into contention.
Ryan Blaney, the pole sitter, turned the fastest lap on the race, over 186 miles per hour, your stage 2 winner. And then this, 68 laps to go. Joey Logano, apparently there was a broken rotor, and he gets into Danica Patrick, and according to him, over 200 miles per hour. You see Eric Almirola right there in the 43 car, slowed down and hits hard, and then later had to be cut out of the car, airlifted to the University of Kansas Medical Center, where he was at least alert and speaking with people. He will be there held overnight for observation, and that's the latest information we have.
And these restarts were wild. Look at Truex all the way to the bottom of the racetrack, splits the middle and grabs the lead. After this, he was in control of the race.
Several restarts that Martin Truex Jr. had to put last year, what happened in Kansas, behind him, and he, as he said afterwards, never really felt comfortable because so many things can go wrong, but not this time for Martin Truex Jr. and for Toyota. And here's how consistent he was. Look at that. If you're a driver, that's what the way you like to be. That's the way you want those stocks to be way up high and stay there.
Yeah, you know, when you're like that, Chris, your crew can make minor adjustments. You're not back in traffic trying to understand what's going on with your car. You're out front, clean air. You can really relate to Cole Pern, the crew chief, exactly what you're feeling and the adjustments you need, and get that car right for the very end.
So after 11 races, while he celebrates for the second time, I think part of the story still is, and this was a track Kyle Busch had done well with, who hasn't won so far this year? Denny Hamlin, Matt Kenseth, Kyle Busch, Kevin Harvick.
Yeah, all the Gibbs Toyotas haven't been to victory lane, and the thing that's interesting about that is the way that Furniture Row has adapted to the new 2018 Camry that Toyota is running. They haven't missed a beat. Their car's fast everywhere they go. Eric Jones, he slid around a lot tonight, but he's shown a lot of speed too this year. Kyle Busch said in a post-race interview, we just don't have the speed it takes to go up and win. They were off tonight. They got a top 5 finish, so they're close, but they have to be trying to figure out where we can find that extra speed.
And Joey Logano in that fiery crash, he was visibly shaken when he got out, even though medically cleared, when he was watching the replays for the first time, talking with us on the broadcast here on FS1. Here's part of his comment afterwards.
Saying prayers for Eric right now. It's a lot of us took a hard hit, and Just something broke in my car. I don't know what it was. I hate that I'm in the part of it that started it. There's nothing I could have done. I just tried to back off, but you're going 215 and it's hard to check up, and the car just took a big step sideways into the corner and hooked Danica.
I just don't understand. I just don't understand why so much bad luck happens.
It's unfortunate for everybody. Let's hope Eric's all right.
I hope Eric's okay. He's definitely feeling the worst of everybody, and so you know, this is NASCAR does everything they can to make our cars as safe as possible.
Yeah, I will pray for Eric right now.
Eric Almirola from Tampa at age 33, his wife Janice, Alec, Abby, his son and daughter, all concerned, but prayers for him. NASCAR unites to hope for a recovery. Interesting that both Danica Patrick and Joey Logano were involved in that 18-car wreck at Talladega. Eric Almirola was not, but tonight, what triggered this actual crash?
I think a right front rotor failed is what it looked like. We heard a lot of the teams talking about having brake issues, maybe using a little bit more brakes than they thought, so they weren't cooling as much as they needed. Aerodynamics is so important at a place like Kansas. You don't want air coming into the front. You want it going around it. And the brakes, I guess, were compromised on the 22 car. That could have to do with how your car's handling. But the rotor exploded, turned them sideways, clipped Danica. And remember, Chris, that's absolutely the fastest part of the racetrack down into turn one. You heard Logano say over 215 miles an hour in qualifying, definitely over 200 miles an hour in the race. So what a terrible place to have something like that happen. And Eric, you can't just cut a car to the left on command at 200 miles an hour. He got in the corner high, couldn't get it turned, and ran into those guys.
Yeah, it was very, very unfortunate. The safety crews on hand right away to do what they could to get Eric Almirola out of the car and to the medical center. Let's head up to the booth and listen in to Jeff, Daryl, and Mike.
On lap 200, something broke on the right front of Joey Logano's car. He turned left into Danica Patrick. They piled into the wall. Eric Almirola ran through the debris field, was unable to miss them. Logano and Patrick walked away while Almirola had to be removed from his car and taken to a local hospital, and we certainly wish Eric all the best. But when that happens, what goes through the minds of the competitors when you've got to get back to work? Do you start with, it can't happen to me?
I think that's part of a driver's mentality, you know. But the first thing I think you heard Danica and also Joey say, we hope Eric's all right. I mean, the first thought is the guys are involved in the wreck. Are they okay? If everybody's okay, then you get back. You got to get back to business. Like watching a football game, a guy gets hurt, they carry him off the field. You got to get back to the game. We got to get back to the race. That's just the mentality of a driver.
Yeah, but you can't help but think about, well, what caused that? Somebody says something about, well, we believe he maybe broke a right front brake rotor. Well, I've been having brake issues. Am I going to have that happen to me? You know, you start thinking about, well, what's, you know, how do I get myself back in position and get my mindset ready to go attack this next restart? It is hard to switch over from that mentality of, is your competitor, is your friend okay? How do we get back to winning this race?
And that's part of a tough job because there's a race to be run.
The most cautions in a race this year. Usually you expect a lot of cautions on a short track for a mile and a half. What does that tell you? Aggressive driving?
I think we've seen that all year long. Stage racing has certainly made the drivers have to race harder. They see opportunities to grab playoff points. If you win a stage, Chris, you're going to take those points all the way to Miami, give you a chance to win the championship. So you're going to race harder. I think the fans are enjoying the races, and generally it's been safe and exciting. Tonight was a little bit scary.
Yeah, very scary. All right, our first night race of the year, and we'll head to an all-star race in Charlotte. We'll take a look at that coming up and the points after 11 races. But for Martin Truex Jr., victory is sweet at a place that eluded him last year when he thought he had it in the bag.
fellas. Everybody have a good night. The old-fashioned night race here. All right, boys. New race. Go get us another one. I know we can.
Boogity, boogity, boogity. Let's go bowling, drivers.
267 laps of Ashworth coming their way.
Well, there goes our night.
I didn't see him. I was already past his nose when he pulled out. When she started, there was no getting it back. Good job keeping it off everything. Oh, my bad. My bad. I'm the one driving the car. Get the tires on here tight. I don't care how long they'll take. Come on, low. Come on, low. Come on. Hurry, hurry, hurry.
Big wreck, yellows out. Big wreck.
Holy hell. Rear wheels went up 6 foot in the air. Took a while. It's not good. They cut the roof off. He's on a stretcher.
Martin Truex gets his Kansas win.
Well, we got it. Finally. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. One hell of a job.
And we're glad you're from the East Coast. Thanks for staying up late with us on Victory Lane. Michael Waltrip, Chris Myers. Welcome in Larry McReynolds for a little post-race inspection. Kind of an interesting race. Larry, what caught your attention?
Well, with 15 cautions, I've got them lined up failing post-race inspection. But to me, it somewhat started on one of those early cautions at lap 52. Chase Elliott, they made the decision to come to pit road and do right side tires only. The danger you run into when you do that and everyone else is changing forward, boom, you're leaving when cars are still coming in. Gets into McDowell, of course, puts an end to his day. Jimmy Johnson, driving through too many pit boxes under caution, had to go to the tail end of the field right there. That put him back, and as he's working his way back up through the field, he gets into Kurt Busch, cuts the left rear tire down. All types of troubles all night for Jimmy Johnson. Was on a nice recovery, but then he got in that last caution there on that last restart, ended up finishing 24th. So not the night that Hendrick Motorsports was looking for across the board.
Larry, let's break down the mistake for Chase Elliott and Alan Gustafson. You've got your spotter up on the roof looking down on pit road. When does the crew chief take over and spot for the driver? The driver can't see when guys are pulling out. Whose fault was that, and how do they prevent it going forward?
Well, yeah, in my book, Michael, it's on the crew chief and the spotter's shoulders. You know, when I was a crew chief, I was on that box. As he was pulling in or as he was leaving, he was my responsibility. But once he kind of left the box in front of us, then it was on the spotter. Chase Elliott, I know he was mad at Michael McDowell. Michael McDowell did absolutely nothing wrong.
All right, thank you very much, Larry. So Ryan Blaney, Chase Elliott still searching for the first victories of their young and what we expect outstanding careers looking forward. But a veteran, Martin Truex Jr., victorious tonight. And as we look at the standings after 11 races, of course, those wins, you win, you're in, and those playoff points, leading stages, that's something that helped out Kyle Busch, still searching for his first victory of the season.
Yeah, but you have to have playoff points, Chris. That's what it's all about. You take those things to Miami, that's how you're going to win a championship. So I'm focused on those. I know Chase Elliott's going to get to victory lane eventually. Kevin Harvick as well, Kyle Busch, but let's get us some playoff points in the meantime.
And you see Ryan Blaney heading the second group, and we're getting closer. That cutoff is at 16 spots. Casey Kane right there. Ryan Newman, who does have a win. On the outside there, again, Eric Almirola and Daniel Suarez. The Chevrolet only led 2 laps tonight. And what does that tell you about where they stand? We know Jimmy Johnson has a couple of wins this year, obviously.
Jimmy Johnson has been amazing. It's just the strength of the Fords. We saw it from tonight out of Ryan Blaney and, of course, the way that Brad Keselowski closed. The story in 2017 has been how fast the Fords are. Obviously, Truex has been impressive in his Toyota. Gibbs hasn't been where they were a year ago. And so people are still searching for speed. It's because of the fact that the Fords have been so solid.
Was there anything else Ryan Blaney could have done? Even his pit crew, it seemed like, and he talked about restarts, the challenge there. Maybe the experience factor on a track like this. Anything he could have done differently?
You saw him driving so hard to try to hold off Truex, and you could look in his car. He had on white gloves. He was all over the wheel. He was doing everything he could, and at the end, he put the best restart moves on him they could. Truex was just too strong.
Our points leader, as you saw, Kyle Larson wound up 6th, and that's the only Chevy in the top 7. Suarez, though, that's a pretty good finish, ending up 7th.
Yeah, he's finished 7th 3 times, and he has been impressive as a rookie this year. I think that was his 11th start tonight as a Cup driver. That's amazing. And think about Michael McDowell. Larry McReynolds said he didn't do anything wrong. He did a lot right. They had an engine failure yesterday, started in the back today, got in that crash on pit road, and finished in the top 15. Hats off to McDowell.
Yeah, if we could, we'll go back to a moment ago. We talked about Eric Almirola here in the 43 after that accident, and he was able to quickly get the net down. So that's an indication, okay, that at least I'm alert, I'm awake. He was speaking to the rescue workers, and this is a photograph from inside the car before he was cut out of the car, and precautionary reasons put on the backboard, placed inside the ambulance, then helicoptered over to the medical center.
Yeah, it's just a tough situation. You can see Eric's grimacing on his face there because of the impact that he took. We talked about the speed, over 200 miles an hour. The way the car catapulted up into the air and back down. You just worry about what possibly could be hurt with Eric. Look at that. And we're talking when he made impact over 150 miles an hour, I'm sure. He's a tough kid. Popping that window net shows you that, but obviously there's a lot to check out on Eric Almirola.
His family, drivers, the racing, the NASCAR world, very concerned, thinking about Eric Almirola. And amazingly, that Joey Logano and Danica Patrick went to the care center and were physically okay.
Well, you think about a football game. When someone gets hurt, the players get in a huddle and they say a prayer, and then they go back and play football as hard as they were before that. Same thing in the racing community. Everybody prayed for Eric Almirola, said, I hope he's okay, pray he's okay, but we got to get back to business, and that's what the drivers did.
Was one of the immediate thoughts from Joey Logano, again, who triggered that accident. As we look forward, next Saturday night, also on FS1, it's the All-Star event, the Monster Energy Cup All-Star Race, and it should be wild and fun, a race that you were able to win in your racing days, and then the Coca-Cola 600, and then we're in Dover, Delaware, a 90-minute race day preview, pre-race show there on FS1.
The All-Star race is one of my favorite nights. It's old-school racing. You go out there and give it all. Let the rough side drag, give it all you got, try to come home with a trophy, and it's a special night if you're able to accomplish that.
All right, for Michael Waltrip, I'm Chris Myers. Martin Truex Jr. victorious. Fords followed at Keselowski, Harvick, and Blaney. We thank you on this Saturday night. To all the moms out there, happy Mother's Day on Sunday. Thanks for being a part of NASCAR and FS1.
This copyrighted telecast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of NASCAR Broadcasting. NASCAR would like to thank all of our fans for your support, and we hope you enjoyed today's broadcast.